guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Border Patrol agents involved in Saturday's fatal shooting of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis are being placed on administrative leave.
That's according to multiple reports citing Department of Homeland Security sources. Officials reportedly said the move is part of standard protocol. President Trump has said he expects an honorable and honest investigation into the shooting. Following the shooting, Trump sent Border Czar Tom Homan to be his point person in the Twin Cities and removed top Border Patrol official Greg Bavino from his Minneapolis duties. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Super Bowl 60 could become the site of ICE enforcement operations, as there will be a visible presence around Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, California.
The Department of Homeland Security told TMZ Sports the agency is committed to working with our local and federal partners to ensure the Super Bowl is safe for everyone involved. DHS officials have previously indicated that enforcement is a directive from the president and will not be paused for the Super Bowl. President Trump recently said he will not be attending this year's game. He has also been critical of the selection of Puerto Rican artist Bad Bunny as the halftime show performer. I'm Mark Mayfield.
UPS is planning to cut 30,000 jobs this year as it winds down its partnership with Amazon.
Company officials announced the move following the company's quarterly earnings release Tuesday. Most of the cuts are expected to be accomplished through attrition, with a voluntary separation program offered to full-time drivers. The latest cuts come after UPS eliminated 48,000 jobs in a belt-tightening move in 2025. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Amazon is closing their branded grocery stores.
Amazon Fresh and Amazon Go stores will soon be closing. Amazon launched its grocery business some 20 years ago, but says it never really found a way to make the in-person stores a distinctive customer experience. Many of the closed stores will now be converted to Whole Foods markets. Amazon bought Whole Foods in 2017 and says it plans to open 100 new stores throughout the country in the next few years. Amazon Fresh will continue to be an online delivery service. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Tensions are rising between the White House and Minneapolis over immigration enforcement. Ron Warner has the story.
President Donald Trump is warning Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey that he's, quote, playing with fire after the mayor said the city will not enforce federal immigration laws. Trump posted the warning on social media, calling the stance a serious legal violation. Mayor Frey pushed back, saying local police should focus on public safety, not immigration enforcement, arguing community trust is at risk. The dispute comes amid heightened federal immigration operations in Minneapolis and ongoing talks between city leaders and the administration's border officials.
Officials say a suspected human trafficker was shot by a Border Patrol agent near Tucson, Arizona yesterday.
FBI Special Agent in Charge Heath Yonke says the suspect fled from a traffic stop on foot and shot at a Border Patrol helicopter, as well as the agents who were trying to catch him. They returned fire, wounding the suspect. He's listed in serious but stable condition. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A NASA WB-57 research aircraft made an emergency belly landing at Ellington Airport near Houston after its landing gear failed yesterday. Video showed the plane sliding down the runway on its belly with sparks and flames. NASA says all the crew on board were safe. NASA says they will investigate the mechanical issue that led to the gear-up landing.
At the closing bell, the Dow rose 12 points, the S&P 500 dropped less than a point, and the Nasdaq gained 40 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
world. Alrighty, what do you say? Here we go. Cue the microphone, and it's showtime. Showtime as we roll into Friday Eve. Sounds better. All right, so we're closing out Hump Day. Time zone to time zone Thursday. I know, Thursday coming on 29th day of January. as we get things underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Not much has changed over the past 24 hours. Still stuck in the icebox. Pappy's just around the corner. He said dash cam fluctuating between -3 and +2. I guess depending on your elevation, where you are, but it's a cold one. If there was ever a night to snuggle up to whomever, whatever, to just stay warm, this would be that kind of night. Yes, indeed. Another night with freeze warnings deep into the heart of Florida. And we continue gearing up for our next reinforcing shot of cold air, to where we've got extreme cold watches all the way down to the Gulf Coast again, the Florida Panhandle, southern Alabama, southern Mississippi, for Friday night into Saturday morning. All right, let me start off with, we were kind of following in real time 24 hours ago. A real mess still in northern Mississippi. You'd think, here we are 5 days after that monster storm, the snow and the ice. Some 24 hours ago, there were hundreds of vehicles, tractor trailers for the most part, stuck on Interstate 22, 55, 269. They had emergency crews dispatched Tuesday evening trying to clear some of those stranded drivers. Apparently, temperatures had risen above 30 degrees. The sun was out. They had a little melting on Tuesday afternoon. Everything froze over again on Tuesday night and to Wednesday morning. As of 10 o'clock this past morning, DOT reported traffic speeds were slow or stopped along the interstates there. Temperatures got down into the upper teens last night across northern Mississippi. By 8 p.m., they were already falling below freezing after that daytime thaw. Everything quickly iced over once again. Same areas running into that issue again tonight, Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Now, there should be enough drying that not many locations should refreeze on Thursday night. But right now, you've got a mess. Again, closed interstates. Let me give you the latest. Let me start from one of the news outlets in Memphis, Tennessee. As officials, this was posted about an hour ago, as officials work to clear stranded motorists from Interstate 55 and 22, a result of the winter weather. An update from the Department of Safety. MDS said they're going to divert traffic off the affected routes to the Tennessee state line. The official wording, due to the potentially dangerous conditions and Mississippi Department of Transportation crews working to remove ice from the roadways, the Highway Patrol and the Commercial Transportation Enforcement Division will be diverting traffic from Interstate 55 northbound at exit 243, that's Batesville, to the Tennessee state line, and from Interstate 22 westbound exit 21, which is Red Banks, to the Tennessee state line. For eastbound traffic on Interstate 22, U.S. Highway 78, it will be closed at exit 1, which is Craft Road, it says. They also said they will open the right lane of northbound Interstate 55, if all goes according to plan, at 8 a.m. Thursday morning. So shut down for the night. Planning to have one lane open by 8 a.m. Central Time. The Department of Transportation said they'll continue their work to clear 22 and the left lane of I-55 right on through the day today, Thursday. Trevor Burkett is with the ABC 24 affiliate there, who just a few moments ago posted one last check for the roads tonight. They aren't good. I know they look clear in Memphis, but those clear lanes are full of black ice. You cannot go 55 miles per hour, even on the roads that look clear. You can lose control quickly. North Mississippi is worse. Interstates and highways covered in snow, sleet, and ice. There are many 18-wheelers still stuck tonight. DOT has closed several interstates overnight to try to get as much of this cleared by Thursday morning. Now, he breaks it down. I-55 northbound closed from Batesville up to at least Hernando. I-22 westbound closed from Red Bank to Tennessee. 22 eastbound closed to traffic from Memphis to Mississippi. Traffic detoured off at Craft Road there. Highway 72 is experiencing major delays in Marshall County tonight. Highway 4 in Tate County near Wyatt is blocked due to 18-wheelers being stuck there. 5 days after the fact, but after a little warming, the next shot of Arctic air is going to be coming, and you're not going to have an opportunity to see any of the thawing and refreezing events coming up, but they've got to get that ice cleared from the roadways. My understanding, they've got as much equipment as they possibly can using the road graders and things of that nature, trying to get things cleared out. So again, stuck in the cold, right? Looking ahead, we will continue wave after wave of Arctic air dropping southward out of Canada through the first week or two in February here. One such reinforcing dose arrives this weekend. And we're getting a better handle that it may correlate with a major snowstorm for parts of the deep southeastern USA, a brush with heavy snow in parts of the Northeast, and maybe blizzard conditions impacting some locations. Should the storm develop to its full potential, becoming a bomb cyclone. High winds, moderate to major coastal flooding from North Carolina to New England, in addition to the threat of wind-driven snow, even where snow avoids areas that were hit hard by snow and ice last weekend. The cold's just going to add to the hardship here. Disruptions to those who may still be without power. As of Wednesday morning, we still had some 350,000 utility customers in the dark from Texas to Tennessee. In the northern states, the buildup of ice on streams and rivers may have to be dealt with when a thaw finally does roll around. Anything less than a gradual thaw later this winter and into the early spring, we're going to be talking about major ice jams and flooding concerns. Of course, the wake of the storm bringing more cold air through much of the Florida peninsula, records being challenged dating all the way back to the 1900s. All right, what about the potential storm coming up here? It's Thursday in the Eastern time zone. Weekend is knocking on the door, right? It looks more and more like this storm will rapidly intensify from the Atlantic coast of the U.S. this weekend. Forecast to bring accumulating snow to parts of the southeast and a close call with heavy snow along the mid-Atlantic and New England coastal areas. This powerful storm will raise winds and seas, significant coastal flooding, and beach erosion, blizzard conditions likely in the hardest hit areas. As heavy snow impacts some major airport hubs from Charlotte to Boston this weekend. Much as the case was last weekend, airline delays will mount. Travel along a portion of Interstate 95 may come to a standstill in some areas. As the storm develops Friday in the southern U.S., some spotty rain breaks out along the Gulf Coast and parts of Florida, the southern Atlantic coast, further inland over Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Georgia, the Carolinas. The patches of snow or a mixture of rain and snow will begin to unfold. As the storm then strengthens Friday night into Saturday, the extent and intensity of the snow will increase across portions of Georgia and the Carolinas. At this point, it really looks like it's going to be the southern and eastern reaches of Georgia that see the most significant impacts. Cannot rule out a bit of snow even over into western portions of the state. There's a high chance at least an inch of snow will fall on much of North Carolina, northern South Carolina, and southern Virginia from the storm from late Friday through Saturday. Now, for cities like Charlotte, Raleigh, Greensboro, North Carolina, this could be, for those areas, the biggest snowstorm in decades. Now, in Charlotte, the most recent benchmark storm, 3.5 inches, January of 2018. This weekend storm will be well within reach of that. Going further back, a storm in late February of 2004 was one of the biggest on record, where they picked up 13.2 inches of snow. In Raleigh, a storm brought 7 inches, December 9th of 2018. That could be eclipsed with this weekend storm. Biggest snowstorm on record occurred in late January 2000, when Raleigh picked up 20.3 inches of snowfall there. Several inches forecast across much of North Carolina and southern Virginia. The greatest chance of the storm bringing 6+ inches in the southeast will extend from north central North Carolina to southeastern Virginia and the southern part of the Delmarva Peninsula. Blizzard conditions likely in some areas with the strong winds, reduced visibility, and the evolving nor'easter as it intensifies. Rapid intensification, bomb cyclone. As the storm reaches the southern Atlantic coast come Saturday, it will rapidly intensify. That strengthening experiences an atmospheric pressure drop of 0.71 of an inch of mercury, 24 millibars or more in less than 24 hours. And that signifies rapidly increasing winds, where the strong winds push water shoreward along the coast from North Carolina to New England. The tide levels will surge. We could see coastal flooding. Adding to the impact will be the proximity of the full moon and normally higher astronomical tides. Due to this, many areas may see water levels 2 to 4 feet higher than what would normally occur without a storm. Locations: Norfolk, Virginia, North Carolina's Outer Banks, the wildwoods of New Jersey, may be flooded with the worst conditions around high tide this weekend. Track of the storm relative to the coast will not only determine how much heavy snow falls from the southeast Friday to Saturday, but how far inland that snow may penetrate in the mid-Atlantic and New England Saturday into Sunday as that storm spins over the Atlantic. AccuWeather forecasters believe the most likely zone in the Northeast for 6 to 12 inches will be southern Massachusetts, 3 to 6 inches in store for the rest of southeast New England, Long Island, New York, and coastal areas of New Jersey and Delaware. Along the I-95 from northern Virginia to New York City, that's going to be the battle zone between dry air to the north and west and the Atlantic moisture to the south and east. Rather than 95 being the approximate dividing line between rain, ice, and snow, it's going to be the boundary between accumulating snow and practically no snow at all. In this case, something like a dozen miles, maybe even less, could determine the difference between a few flurries or snow-covered roads and very slippery conditions. The cities of Boston, Providence, Rhode Island, they stand a much better chance of maybe a half a foot of snow versus the likes of New York City and Philadelphia. Similar to southeastern Virginia, blizzard conditions may unfold over southeast New England and eastern Long Island, New York with this storm. And, of course, in the wake of this storm, another surge of Arctic air deep into the south, once again sending frost and freezes deep into the Sunshine State once again. Old Man Winter being rather relentless this year, to say the least. 844-844-3388 as we get a new day underway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Well, good morning to Philly Dan. Hello, everyone. It is a crisp 12 degrees in Philly tonight. Bundle up, everybody. How about Northwest Illinois? Good morning to Roy. 7 above. Wind chill at -1 tonight. Hello, Marianne. Morning, Steve, the overnight family. All the fellow listeners out there. Hope everybody has a great day. Good morning to all the Overnight Drive family. All right, head on down to I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia. There's shorty, 37 degrees. It's our only Orlando turnaround this week. Finally got to get our load after getting snow and ice. We were iced in Saturday evening till Wednesday morning. It actually feels good to be moving again. So first time out this week, been stuck in. All right, hello, Plowboy, Kansas City, Missouri, 24 degrees, clear skies. Thank you, Steve, and Hot Shot Secret. Everybody stay safe. Yeah, one-time shout-out to Buckeye Boy. There you go. I'll check in a little later. There's Darren. Hello, Steve. Greetings from Missouri. Do they call that the state of misery? I've heard it referenced like that. There's Kevin. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. I'm all ready for the cold to go away. There is Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, with 31 degrees tonight. He says he's tired of the cold, too. So, did Ilhan Omar stage that so-called assault? A question that many are actually pondering right now. If not, did maybe some of the dark money people pay someone to do it? You know, like they've been paying the protesters. You know, they'll do anything to make the right people in law enforcement look bad. We know that. Anyway, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yes, we will give the latest developments. That's one of the stories we're covering. They actually did announce, what it was that dude sprayed on her. The details forthcoming. Hello, Larry. Afternoon, hammer down. Be safe. 12 degrees, Platkill, New York. All right, time for some coffee. Then it's off to Schenectady, New York. All right, Michael on board. Gilligan, morning, Steve. Fellow listeners driving under the stars atop Christiansburg Mountain, Virginia. Look at it, 19 degrees tonight. Keep it shiny side up there. Jason checks in over here in Iowa City, Iowa. 11 degrees, dry roads, partly cloudy. Got a load of slinky coils going to Akron, Ohio. All right, be safe out there, all the listening family. Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checks in for the best 5 hours on the radio with 9 degrees at this hour. On down to Woodstock, Georgia. Hello, James. 29, clear skies. Did you catch the FBI showed up here in Georgia, seizing all the 2020 ballots? Maybe now we'll finally know what happened here in 2020. Yes, indeed. Got the details from the election office in Fulton County. Yeah, well, we knew something was amiss, right? All right, we'll give you more on that coming up. Hello, Jeffrey, Southern Florida, checking in. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. There's HydroStream checking in. Hello from Minnesota. Steve from Ottawa, Ontario, right? Morning, Steve, all the listeners out there. And Michael, people are mad at the groundhog. They don't want to see his shadow, but yep, a couple days away. What is that? Groundhog Day coming up Monday, I do believe. We'll get a news break here. Phone lines are open. If you want to get ready to chime in, it's 844-844-3388. Get a brand new day rolling our way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Border Patrol agents involved in Saturday's fatal shooting of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis are being placed on administrative leave.
That's according to multiple reports citing Department of Homeland Security sources. Officials reportedly said the move is part of standard protocol. President Trump has said he expects an honorable and honest investigation into the shooting. Following the shooting, Trump sent Border Czar Tom Homan to be his point person in the Twin Cities and removed top Border Patrol official Greg Bavino from his Minneapolis duties. I'm Chris Coraggio.
The U.S. dollar is sliding to multi-year lows after President Trump said he's not concerned with that decline. Markets reacted sharply, with analysts pointing to interest rate uncertainty, rising deficits, and global investors shifting away from the dollar.
At the closing bell, the Dow rose 12 points, the S&P 500 dropped less than a point, and the Nasdaq gained 40 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truck down downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
A news update on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Hot Shot Secret, the additive brand trusted by truckers, farmers, and gearheads to clean, protect, and extend engine life. Hot Shot Secret, available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive retailers, and online at hotshotsecret.com. All right, where would you like to begin? I guess we'll start with Ilhan Omar, and then we'll head down to Fulton County, and of course, plenty of industry headlines. So the substance sprayed on Ilhan Omar during that bizarre attack Tuesday night turns out to have been a harmless substance. Yeah, while Minnesota, the gentleman's been charged with assault. The so-called weapon used was unlikely to cause any damage. It's an item that wouldn't be out of place in any of our kitchens. Forensic examiners with the Minnesota police concluded with a high probability that the substance was apple cider vinegar. Okay. As we know, Omar had just called for the resignation or impeachment of Kristi Noem when the assailant lunged forward, spraying this substance from a syringe. Of course, then tackled to the ground, and Ilhan continued speaking, which raised a number of eyebrows, this spurring speculation, including by the president, that it had been staged. Now, there appears, they say, to be no evidence on this guy, what's his name, Kamerkorzaks. They've scoured his social media history, nothing indicating that he's critical of Democrats or a supporter of President Trump. But the finding that the substance was ultimately harmless, unlikely to dim the furor, the report raises a number of questions, such as, what is the point of an attack that involves a harmless liquid? Why would the attacker hope? What's he going to prove by such an ineffectual action in such a public place? The biggest question, why would anyone really virtually guarantee themselves prison time for essentially a meaningless act? Yeah, he's being held without bail right now, according to Newsweek. A lot of folks have been scouring through the video that evening as it was being covered live. And you'll have to take a look at some of these videos yourself. There appears, right when she was giving that remark about Kristi Noem having to resign or being fired, it appears she actually, she was looking down, kind of reading, but she just momentarily looked up and almost made eye contact with the gentleman, and he immediately stepped up, almost like that was the sign, that was the go signal. Yeah, that's what the video shows. Obviously, there's an ongoing investigation. And then also, they kind of broke down along the lines that with this substance being harmless, apple cider vinegar, right? Apparently, the statute to find a conviction of, I believe it was third-degree assault, is what they charged him with under the Minnesota law. To be found guilty of that, the assault would have to consist of causing substantial bodily harm. And apple cider vinegar would not be something that would cause substantial bodily harm. It's not like it was sprayed in her eyes. It was just, as we see on her torso, essentially, on her clothes. And that just more and more leads to the idea that it may have been set up, trying to draw attention away from the ongoing investigation into how she rapidly accumulated tens of millions of dollars in wealth. We'll let the investigation continue, see what they come up with, but just very odd. In other words, if they had premeditated this, he had known when I get the nod, do my thing, you won't get convicted. You're using a harmless substance. It does not meet the definition of something that's going to cause substantial bodily harm. Things that make you go, okay. All right, on to, the other headline out of Fulton County, Georgia. FBI agents executing a court-authorized search warrant at the election office near Atlanta this past day. This taking place at the county's main elections facility in Union City, where agents were seen conducting the search. FBI spokesperson tells the Associated Press agents were executing a court-authorized law enforcement action, declined to give any further details, citing it's an ongoing matter. One law enforcement official supposedly familiar with the matter tells Reuters the search connects to investigations that are tied to the 2020 presidential election. Now, the facility includes the Fulton County Election Hub and the Operations Center, which was opened by county officials in 2023 to centralize election operations there. They have not publicly disclosed what specific records or materials the FBI is seeking, whether things were seized during the search. Neither the Justice Department or the Fulton County District Attorney's Office commented on the search. But all this amid a broader federal focus on election matters dating back to the 2020 contest. President Trump and his supporters have, repeatedly claimed fraud or irregularities were indeed affecting the Georgia results in 2020. State investigations and independent reviews indeed found procedural mistakes in some election processes, but ultimately concluded there was no widespread fraud sufficient enough to alter the outcome of the election. All right, and of course, this all goes back to the Fulton County District Attorney, Fannie Willis, that secured that wide-ranging indictment against President Trump and others, alleging schemes to overturn those results. That case later dismissed after the courts disqualified her office over the conflict of interest there. So, what are they going to find? What are they going to get into? There you go, in the state of Georgia. Our number, 844-844-3388. Let's move over to some of the industry headlines. So we get the new day underway, starting off with Warner Enterprises announcing this past day that they've acquired pure play dedicated carrier known as First Fleet. $245 million in cash and debt. The deal adds over $615 million in annual revenue and more than 2,400 tractors to Warner's fleet, which now would put Warner as the fifth largest dedicated provider in the country, top five now. Warner's existing dedicated fleet includes 4,865 units, which generated last 12 months revenue of $1.15 billion. Warner generates nearly $3 billion in consolidated annual revenue. Now, Murfreesboro, Tennessee-based First Fleet also has a fleet of 11,000 trailers and 37 facilities, a strong presence in the eastern U.S. The carrier's customer list mostly includes grocery, baked goods, and packaging companies. It has served its top 10 customers for an average of 17 years. By uniting First Fleet's expertise in complementary new verticals with our resources and nearly 5,000 dedicated trucks, we will improve our competitive position and accelerate profitable growth, according to Derek Leathers, Warner's chairman and CEO. Now, the deal comes amid declining profitability at Warner. The company's two main segments, truckload and logistics, continue to hover near break-even on the operating line. However, Dedicated has been the one outperformer for Warner during this prolonged freight recession. As part of the deal, Warner will acquire First Fleet and its owned real estate, which is some 12 properties valued at $37.8 million for approximately $282.2 million. Warner has identified $18 million in annual synergies, which will come from improved purchasing power, lower maintenance cost, cross-sell, and other revenue opportunities. They said First Fleet has a slightly lower operating margin profile than their legacy dedicated business, given First Fleet's higher trailer count requirements. Now, this acquisition expected to be immediately accretive to earnings per share by double digits and free cash flow. Deal was financed with cash on hand and $210 million in what they call incremental debt, which is a draw on the existing revolving credit line. Warner plans, they say, to keep the majority of First Fleet's management team, which will continue to operate at the Tennessee headquarters. Warner has not decided if they're going to rebrand the fleet or make any other changes to the operation. But that's where we stand, getting things underway here on a Thursday. 844-844-3388 to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Up, we'll get you other industry headlines. Quite a bit to cover as we get the new day underway. First, let's head over to Minneapolis. The latest developments there. All right, with the ongoing investigation of the shooting over the weekend, the nurse Alex Priddy. White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, they say rather sheepishly admitted that border agents, in his words, quote, may not have been following proper protocol when they shot Priddy, who Miller had previously described as an assassin, a domestic terrorist. Now, the White House, they say, provided clear guidance to the Department of Homeland Security that the extra personnel that had been sent to Minnesota for force protection should be used for conducting fugitive operations to create a physical barrier between the arrest teams and the disruptors. We're evaluating why the Customs and Border Protection team may not have been following that protocol. That's kind of an about-face. Following the outcry over the shooting of the 37-year-old. The initial Homeland Security review found that Priddy, who we know was carrying the loaded 6-hour pistol, and an unidentified woman refusing to move out of the street after they received several verbal requests. When officers then tried to take Priddy into custody, he was resisting. The struggle ensued, which we've all seen, after which a Border Patrol agent began shouting, "He's got a gun! He's got a gun!" Seconds later, a Border Patrol agent began firing his handgun at Priddy, along with a CBP officer. Video shows at least 10 shots in total were fired. It is not clear if Priddy's gun also misfired. That was, again, some of the speculation. Miller also claimed that his initial disparaging remarks about Priddy, as well as Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem's claim that the victim arrived at the scene to inflict maximum damage and kill law enforcement, was based on reports from CBP on the ground at the time. What they did also unveil this past day was the incident that had occurred the week prior to his being killed. The video where he's actually assaulting an ICE officer, spit on the officer, and then was kicking the vehicle as they tried to pull away, actually kicked out the tail light of the vehicle, which the vehicle then stops. ICE official gets out, and that's when he was taken to the ground, apparently broke a rib at the time. So all that video now available as well. What about Tom Homan? Well, they met, they talked, and they did not agree. That's the bottom line of social media post from Tom Homan as he met with the Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey this past day. Homan says, "Today I met Governor Walz, Mayor Frey, and top law enforcement officials to discuss the issues on the ground in Minnesota. We all agree we need to support our law enforcement officers and get criminals off the streets. While we do not agree on everything, these meetings were a productive starting point, and I look forward to more conversations with some of the key stakeholders in the days ahead." But he did say this administration is not wavering in its commitments. President Trump has been clear. He wants American cities to be safe and secure for law-abiding residents. They will be. Now, Frey said all he wants is for the federal government to get out of his city. Today, Chief O'Hara and I met with the border czar Homan, had a productive conversation. This is Frey, what he posted. "I reiterated my main ask is for Operation Metro Surge to end as quickly as possible. Public safety works best when it's built on community trust," he says, "not tactics that create fear or division." President Trump indicated he may change his tactics in the effort to deport illegal immigrants. According to ABC News, who said, "We have Tom Homan there now. We put him in there. He's great. They met with the governor, the mayor, everybody else. And, well, we're going to de-escalate a little bit." I said he's not retreating. I haven't heard that at all, because it's just the opposite. But it's not a question of retreat we want. Well, we want safe cities. I don't think it's a pullback. I think it's a little bit of a change, he said. Now, earlier this week on Monday, he said that if the state and local officials had cooperated, this could have all been wrapped up rather quickly. What we need is their criminals. They have criminals. I said, just give us the criminals. These are people that are locked up in their jails. Give us the criminals. It goes away. Then this past day, he did indeed issue a bit of a sterner comment after hearing from the mayor there, Jacob Frey. Surprisingly, he said Mayor Frey just stated that Minneapolis does not and will not enforce federal immigration laws. Now, this is after having a very good conversation with him. Could somebody in his inner sanctum please explain that this statement is a very serious violation of the law? Mayor Jacob Frey is, quote, playing with fire, as he put it. All right, one last thing in regards, Pappy had explained it pretty in depth here in recent days. You have the right, the Second Amendment, the right to protect yourself. You have a right to carry a weapon. Now, all this debate in regards to the shooting of Alex Priddy, we don't have all the facts yet. Other than Priddy's death almost certainly could have been avoided by him. Because the reality is exercising a constitutional right does not suspend common sense, especially when firearms and law enforcement are involved. Would any intelligent person exercise their First Amendment right, say, to insult 10 strangers in an alleyway at midnight? They could, but why would anyone who's not a glutton for punishment do something so stupid? Gun owners are not immune to placing themselves in dangerous situations, even when acting within the confines of the law. I say that, he says, as a millennial father who has carried a firearm legally on a daily basis for over a decade. I've fired them since my childhood. Ironically, I began carrying after having a gun pointed at me about 10 years ago during a public 4th of July gathering. A man who was either an illegal alien or whom I reasonably believed to be one became aggressive after I had respectfully asked him to stop throwing fireworks toward my children. Next thing I know, I had a .45 pointed at my head, and he kept it there for what felt like hours. The following business day, I signed up for a concealed carry class, took the course, passed the test, and began carrying. Good firearms training teaches you more than marksmanship. It teaches restraint, awareness, how to avoid escalating situations that do not need to turn deadly. Now, we give you more on what he had to say. He does live in a Second Amendment-friendly state and have had numerous interactions with police officers while armed. We'll give you more coming up first. We close out hour number one. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump was in Iowa yesterday talking about his accomplishments since his return to office.
Speaking to a large crowd in the town of Clive, Trump thanked the Hawkeye State for backing him in 2016, 2020, and in 2024.
But we did so well the second time, I said, well, we won twice, we got to do it a third time.
Trump focused his campaign-style speech on affordability and energy. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The Federal Reserve is pressing pause on interest rates. Ron Warner with the story.
Fed officials voted Wednesday to leave rates unchanged, ending a streak of 3 straight cuts late last year. The benchmark rate remains between 3.5% and 3.75%. Policymakers cited a slowing labor market and inflation that's still above the Fed's 2% goal. The decision passed 10-2, with 2 governors pushing for another cut. Chair Jerome Powell said rates are near neutral, leaving the Fed well positioned to respond as economic conditions evolve.
Pinterest is preparing for its pivot towards AI with plans to reduce its workforce.
The digital pinboard company will lay off less than 15% of its staff as it moves to AI-focused roles. Pinterest is also set to reduce office spaces, with the total restructuring charges estimated at around $35 to $45 million, and plans are expected to be completed by the end of September. I'm at Mattinson.
The San Diego County Board of Supervisors has voted to try and keep immigration agents out of county facilities without a warrant.
The vote was 3-1-1 along party lines, with the 3 Democrats on the board voting in favor of the measure. It requires a warrant for federal access to non-public areas on county property and provides an annual report on Homeland Security activity and interaction with law enforcement. It'll take effect in 30 days. I'm Jack Cronin.
A Belgian lawmaker is facing criticism after comments on Muslims and anti-Semitism. Sam Van Roy told the Jerusalem Post that Muslims must reject violent extremism or leave Belgium. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Virginia Commonwealth University says they have fired a nurse after a series of social media videos that appear to encourage sabotage against ICE agents. In those videos, a healthcare worker referenced using syringes and other harmful tactics against federal law enforcement. VCU says the content was inappropriate and does not reflect the values of its health system. New York City Mayor Zoran Mandani says there has been no additional cold weather deaths, with the total still at 10.
We are suspecting at this time that of the 10 deaths that we have spoken about, that about 7 had hypothermia playing a role. Of the 10 who had died, about 6 were known to the Department of Homeless Services.
All 10 deaths are under investigation by the city medical examiner, with autopsies and lab work ongoing. Final determinations are expected within 5 to 7 days. Palm Beach International Airport is one step closer to being renamed for President Trump. A Florida House subcommittee approved the proposal, with supporters citing Trump's residency in Palm Beach County, Florida, and other airports named for presidents. Democratic Representative Anna Eskamani argued renaming it is premature.
When it comes to renaming infrastructure as essential as an airport, I think it's always better to wait till after someone serves their term as well versus during a term. I think in most cases we honor presidents in following their career and their tenure.
The bill still needs full House and Senate approval. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Thank you much, and welcome back. Welcome aboard. For those just joining us, got a new day coming our way. Ready or not, here comes a Thursday. Yeah, one day closer to the weekend, as they say. Actually, we're one day closer to the greatest day of the week, aren't we? Hey, really, real quick, for those that were not with us, maybe out of the box, hour number one, it's still a big-time mess. Northern Mississippi. I-55, I-22. Actually, closures through the overnight hours here. I-55 northbound is closed from Batesville up to at least Hernando. It's at the Tennessee line, I believe. 22 westbound closed from Red Banks to Tennessee. 22 eastbound is closed to traffic from Memphis to Mississippi. Traffic being detoured there on Craft Road. They highlighted Highway 72 is experiencing major delays in Marshall County. And Highway 4 in Tate County near Wyatt, blocked due to 18-wheelers stuck there. Just having a heck of a time getting that ice removed. I saw some of the video of the graders, the road graders. Yeah, they're going over the ice. They're breaking some of it away, but they're by no means are they able to get down to the asphalt. They've got several in line, back to back, trying to get down to the pavement. I just see one of our friends, Eric, who was out there, made it to the yard, Jackson, Tennessee. Got here about 21-30 hours. I could not get by on the roads because of the ice and snow. Came to the yard at like 13 miles per hour, and he does say, I thank the Lord for getting me here safe. Very difficult to get from point A to point B. So be careful out there. All right, plenty of room for you on a Thursday at 844-844-3388. We left off talking about the right to keep and bear arms, Second Amendment. But it also comes with some common sense. You don't put yourself in certain situations. I said, we left off where this gentleman said, I live in a Second Amendment-friendly state, have had numerous interactions with police officers while armed. One from last January actually stands out. I was pulled over for speeding shortly after a speed limit change in my city. I maintained that I was barely over, but the ticket said otherwise. My wallet ended up $150 lighter, but what mattered was how the stop was handled. I rolled my windows down so the officers could see inside the vehicle. I had my registration and insurance ready in my right hand. Both hands were visible and resting on the door. I calmly informed the officer I was armed and that there was a 9mm handgun with a loaded 16-round magazine in the glove compartment. He thanked me for letting him know and expressed appreciation for responsible citizens exercising their rights. I'm paraphrasing, but the tone was respectful and professional. We both walked away alive. The officer went back to work. I went home, somewhat irritated about the ticket, but grateful the interaction was calm and uneventful. I did not apologize for carrying. I did not reach for the weapon. I did not brandish it. I did not behave erratically or attempt to make a point. And these kind of interactions happen every single day when adults act like adults. Police officers never know what they're walking into on any given stop or interaction, and I know that. Many of them at the Department of Homeland Security have been shot, attacked, or ambushed in recent weeks and months, as we witness every day. That reality does not disappear because someone like this pretty guy is technically within their rights. An armed society can be a polite society, but only when it's guided by judgment. Personally, I have no interest in playing internet games or pushing the envelope like these so-called Second Amendment auditors or left-wing agitators. I carry a gun because I want it. I want it there if I truly need it, not because I'm looking for a confrontation or a tragic miscommunication. You know, it's as simple as applying a little bit of common sense. That's not surrendering to power. It's about survival. Our rights to carry does not override outside human instinct, and exercising restraint is often the best way to ensure everybody goes home at the end of the day. But obviously, we know it's kind of come to light. Preddy was carrying because the prior week he had an altercation where, again, he was taken to the ground and had a broken rib. He was ultimately released from the scene there. They didn't take him in, put him in jail. Pappy kind of chimed in on that here a few minutes ago. He said, that the video, another video that was shot. Check out on, I did see that. I think they were showing that on Fox News this past evening. It's the video of the guy a few days before he was shot and killed ultimately. Dude's out there blocking traffic. He actually spits on an ICE SUV. It looks like he was trying to spit toward the officer who was getting in the vehicle. Then he kicks out and breaks the rear taillight, after which, again, he was taken down, but detained briefly and released. It is 844-844-3388. And a couple more just real quick details. They said that how this all unfolded there. The government report that was sent to Congress reveals that there were 2 agents that had discharged their weapons during that struggle as he was resisting arrest. Customs and Border Protection agents trying to take him into custody after he refused to move out of the way. But the struggle ensued, and he was shot multiple times. CBS News says Preddy resisted Customs and Border Protection personnel's efforts, and a struggle ensued. During the struggle, a Border Patrol agent yelled, "He's got a gun," multiple times. Obviously, officers at that point in time, with all the whistles and the horns and all the people screaming, can you imagine the adrenaline rush that's taking place in those moments? Approximately 5 seconds later, a Border Patrol agent discharged his Customs and Border Protection issued Glock 19, and a CBP officer also discharged his CBP issued Glock 47. After the shooting, a Border Patrol agent advised that he had possession of Preddy's firearm. The BPA subsequently cleared and secured Preddy's firearm in his vehicle. Some of the questions about who was actually the one that was able to get the weapon from the holster. It's ongoing, but I guess I'll say you check the videos, make your own conclusions. Did Preddy try to pull the weapon, or was it just the agent that was able to get it before or did he even attempt to touch the weapon? It's all questions yet to be answered, but again, it's, I guess, not a good look, right? What's going on, Eagle, here on a Thursday morning?
Yeah, Steve, before I get to this Preddy guy and Ilhan Omar situation, I want to make a comment. I know that these people, I live in the South, in Texas, and I used to live in Atlanta, Georgia, a long time ago, like about 9 or 10 years ago, when they had a ice storm and it shut down the whole damn city. But this is embarrassing, Steve. What these people are. This amount of ice should not shut down the interstates like what you were just talking about on Interstate 55. This is ridiculous. They should have the equipment. These states, they have a budget. They get tax. Whether you have, I know they don't have these storms every year, but you need to have some supply of vehicles or materials to get your roads clean. This is ridiculous. They were talking about people on the road for 2 days, Steve.
Yeah.
In Louisiana, in Monroe, Louisiana. That's ridiculous. They talking about people running out of fuel, sitting on the interstate for 2 days. Well, what did you say?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, and I mean, last night there was like they said there was like 100 miles worth of traffic stuck on the interstate down there.
Yeah, that's embarrassing right there. That's, like I told you, I know people that are not used to having ice storms and snowstorms in Louisiana. But this is not 1920. This is not 1930. This is 2026. We got to do. They got to do better than that. They got to do better in these states. You got to have. You can't let a storm shut you down like this. They talking about. I'm in Nashville right now. I just drove through Nashville. They talk about half the city is shut down. They raising all kind of hell on the radio in Nashville about people ain't got no lights. They ain't got no power. There's ice everywhere. I know they had an ice storm come through here, but they should have been more prepared. You got people in Nashville right now, Steve, in the dark, and it's cold outside right now. It's like 18, 17 degrees here in Nashville, and there's a lot of people that don't have no power, no lights. These states got to do better. Like I say, I understand not used to the cold weather. They're not used to this and that, like Chicago and Wisconsin and Minneapolis. I know that they're not used to this, but you can't let a storm shut the whole damn city down and shut your interstates down. Because, like I say, what's going on down there is, as a matter of fact, I think the road is still shut down.
Yes.
Down there in Louisiana, in Monroe, in that area. I think I seen a video that people are still stuck on the road 2 or 3 days after the storm went through. There's something not right about that, with trucks being on the road that long trying to get the interstate cleaned up. They got to do better. They got to do better in these states. It's just sad, and it's very embarrassing. I'm just glad I'm not caught up in that stuff. I'm just glad I'm not there, to be honest with you. I was up north. It was cold as hell up north, but at least they had the roads halfway decent, except for Indiana. But at least I didn't get shut down like that. I was in much colder weather where I was at in Chicago and up north. So, like I said, they got to do better down south. It's really sad. Now, this is the last time I'll talk about this guy, Steve. This is the last time I'll talk, because what I heard about him the last 2 days is really pissed me off. They try to make this guy out to be a martyr, that he was a Mr. Nice Guy, Mr. Goody Two Shoes, and then I come and see this video today. I didn't like what I seen in that video at all. This guy raising all kind of hell in that video, spitting on cars, kicked the tail light out of the car. This guy here was raising all kind of hell. This guy here was not Mr. Innocent. He showed up to that place with a gun and 2 magazines, and he planned on doing some damage because of what had happened. It broke his ribs or whatever happened to this guy. This guy here was looking for trouble, and he found trouble, and he ended up losing his life in the process. Yeah, I feel bad the man lost his life, but he was doing things he wasn't supposed to do, Steve. Like I said, this video I seen of him today in action was the last straw for me with that guy. I don't need to hear no more and see no more from this guy, because he brung this on himself. If he should have just minded his own business like his mother and father told him, and he would be alive right now. So all the people out there in Minnesota protesting, I hope them idiots are smart enough to look at this video of this guy doing what he did today, and maybe if they got any kind of brain cells in their head, they'll realize they're protesting for nothing, because that's basically what they're doing, because this guy doesn't deserve to be protested for. Now, let me move on to this other situation with Ilhan Omar, because the more I see it, hear her, the more disgusted I get. She held another protest today. Another news conference this afternoon, trying to get people to feel sorry for her, trying to blame it on Donald Trump, trying to say that Donald Trump is talking bad about her and that he's the reason why people want to attack her. She's talking about she got to have 24-hour security because of the rhetoric that comes from Donald Trump. No, she has to have security because of what comes out of her mouth, because of the hatred that she has for the United States, because of the things that she says. That's why she got to have 24-hour security, because of what she has said. Now, as far as the stunt, whether it was a setup or whether it was a stunt or not, what tells you it was a setup was because of the liquid. I forgot what they said it was that this man had in that syringe. If he was a real terrorist or a real threat to her, whatever that, I forgot what it was, that stuff that he sprayed on her didn't pose no threat whatsoever.
Right.
Now, you mean to tell me, Steve, let's look at this real honest. You mean to tell me that somebody's willing to go to jail for 10 to 20 years for spraying something on her, that's something that couldn't even harm her or affect her? And you think if people are dumb enough to think that was real, if you're going to spray somebody, you're going to spray something that's going to hurt somebody, acid or some type of toxic material
right.
that's going to do some damage. So if that tells you right there that the whole thing was set up because the material he sprayed on her posed no threat to her whatsoever. So the whole thing was staged. She's just looking for people to try to make it look like the right-wing people are bad people and out to get, but no, that's not the way it is. The leftist lunatics, those are the ones that are causing problems, such as the man, this pretty guy, such as that woman who got shot in the car. Those are the people that are the leftist nut jobs that you got to be worried about. It's not the right. The right, you can't. Anybody can call your show tonight. You can't name not one right hand person that's done anything that's damaged. Most people on the right, they know how to conduct themselves without violence or doing something dangerous. And so the left, they can try to play this game all they want, Steve, but everybody know who the most dangerous people out there is. And you can clearly see it with all these protests night after night in Minneapolis and Portland, Oregon, and any other city they decide to go to. It's the left that doesn't know how to conduct themselves in a manner that people need to do, not the right. And I thank you for taking my call.
There you go. All right. It's 844-844-3388. Looking to get to the bottom of the fraud, not just in Minnesota, but around the country. Really, it starts with Minnesota. California, some are saying it likely is even worse there, but how are we going to address that? More to come.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
All right, according to the post from President Trump, this past day, I am pleased to nominate Colin McDonald to serve as the first ever Assistant Attorney General for National Fraud Enforcement. A new division at the Department of Justice, which I created to catch and stop fraudsters that have been stealing from the American people. My administration has uncovered fraud schemes in states like Minnesota and California, where these thieves have stolen hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars. Colin McDonald is a very smart, tough, highly respected America First federal prosecutor who has successfully delivered justice in some of the most difficult and high-stakes cases our country's ever seen. Together, we will end the fraud and restore integrity to our federal programs. Congratulations, Colin. And stop the scams were his final words there. So a new division looking to get to the bottom of the fraud. All right, news break just around the corner. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. Looks like UPS has come to the conclusion that we're not going to proceed with trying to get the MD-11 aircraft back in the air. Pretty much saying we're going to write them off. That's going to be a costly move, but we'll give you the details. Permanently retiring that fleet. Haven't heard if FedEx will follow suit or any others that had MD-11s that have been taken out of service since the crash there in Louisville. More on that coming up. First, though, news update. This update on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. From diesel and oil additives to oils and coolants, Hot Shot Secret helps keep your rig running strong mile after mile. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com. Back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Border Patrol agents involved in Saturday's fatal shooting of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis are being placed on administrative leave.
That's according to multiple reports citing Department of Homeland Security sources. Officials reportedly said the move is part of standard protocol. President Trump has said he expects an honorable and honest investigation into the shooting. Following the shooting, Trump sent Border Czar Tom Homan to be his point person in the Twin Cities and removed top Border Patrol official Greg Bavino from his Minneapolis duties. I'm Chris Coraggio.
The U.S. dollar is sliding to multi-year lows after President Trump said he's not concerned with that decline. Markets reacted sharply, with analysts pointing to interest rate uncertainty, rising deficits, and global investors shifting away from the dollar.
At the closing bell, the Dow rose 12 points, the S&P 500 dropped less than a point, and the Nasdaq gained 40 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
On board here Thursday. We turn the page on the calendar across the country, 29th day of January. We're just dealing with the cold. Meanwhile, back to the phones, and let's head out there somewhere. Could be a first time. Is this Garland?
Yes, it is.
Well,
how are you?
Doing well. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I listen to you quite often, and I just want to ask you a couple of questions here. Did you watch the video?
Which one?
The one about with the guy that got shot.
The pretty guy?
Yes.
I did.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
So, listen, I like your show, and this is like the first time I feel like that what you're saying didn't match up with what you actually saw, if you saw it. Because it's like the guy, you see the guy that pulled the gun from the back of him, took it out of the holster. But what I heard on the radio, what you said, was different. And that's not like what I normally hear from you.
No,
normally you give straight. You give it to us straight.
Yeah. So I mean,
and I just
I had a question mark as to, I couldn't really tell. I believe it was one of the ICE agents that was actually able to get the weapon off the guy. Is that the way you see it? And he's
that's the way I
and he's the one that starts saying he's got a gun, which of course that spooked all the other guys. And I have a question mark. I don't know. Some say that the officer that had, or the agent that got the weapon off of Pretty, it may have misfired or he discharged it into the ground. I don't know. I've seen some videos depicting that. I don't know if they're like AI or they're real. There's no official word, but we do know that the gun was taken out. I don't think Pretty pulled the gun himself, though. I think he had a phone in his hand.
Right. So, and then my next thing I wanted to say was, no matter what he did a couple of days ago had nothing to do with, that day. From what I saw, he was trying to help that lady, and then they grabbed him, and then they took the gun out. He said, "Hey, he's got a gun,"
Mm-hmm.
and then that's when everything. And again, with all the adrenaline, you kind of expect something to take place, but at the same time, 10 or 12 shots it was. I mean, that was overkill, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, when it comes to law enforcement shootings, they always say, you shoot until the threat has been eliminated. So they don't just. They had some of the same discussions back with George Floyd and things like that. Why did they have to fire so many times? It's kind of the name of the game. They open fire and a lot of times they'll empty the magazine. I'm not in law enforcement. That would be better addressed by someone in that department, but.
Right, and I mean, some of it's kind of understandable because if you and I'm not an officer either. I drive truck, but I'm just thinking that okay, you hear a gun, you don't know where it came from, so automatically you're going to shoot. So that kind of to me would be excused if it wasn't far as that many shots or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I come up with. That's the reason why it probably was so many shots because hey, somebody said gun. Somebody shot, they heard a gun go off, and, this chain reaction of, what all that going on. That's what I come up with.
And there is a question mark as to which gun discharged first. Was there an accident? Because they haven't determined that, whether there was an accidental discharge with Pretty's firearm.
Right. Right. Well, that's what I wanted to hear, because I just listened to you, and like I said, and I like the show. And when you said that, maybe I could have heard it wrong, but I was like, wait a minute, he normally gives facts. He don't cut no corners.
Right.
So,
I'm saying
you did it.
There's still. I said the investigation's ongoing. So I think the president's doing the right thing by withholding any official statement. He said let the investigation unfold. He doesn't want to take one side or the other. He's not saying it was justified, and I think the guy that spoke out this past day said that some of these agents may not have been operating in the protocol for the Customs and Border Protection guys that were there. Of course, they're on administrative leave now. I think that's pretty standard, though, when you're involved in a shooting. But
right. And they set him down for a little bit until it's all over. So that makes everything legit.
But
I did hear him say that today.
But we do know he was out there. He was definitely an agitator. He was very confrontational. He was one of those that were following agents around, kind of like that Renee Good was following agents from one location to the next. He was looking to stir things up. Now, I have no idea if he had any intention of actually using the gun, but so that's what do you think? What do you think, Garland?
I think if you shouldn't. If you're going to go protest, you shouldn't be taking a gun with you because anything could happen.
That would be common sense.
Common sense on that. Anybody holding a gun or having a gun, legally, you shouldn't take it to a protest.
Yeah.
If that's what you're going to do, So
very good.
Yeah.
Well, you say you listen on a regular. So I've got your number here. First time call. I'm gonna hook you up with a $60 voucher for Hot Shot Secret products. All right, and I thank you for being a listener. Don't be a stranger, Garland. Give us a call more often.
Okay, thank you.
All right, safe travels out there, and you'll get that. I've got several codes that need to be sent out here, so I'll get these over to Ryan, and you'll get it'll be a text message. Yeah, I've had several callers. I think we had Michael the other night. Who do I have? I think Jill's still here, so hang on. We'll get your codes to you in the coming days. But question marks, right? I don't think we have the definitive answer. I don't know who unholstered that weapon. I don't know. Very difficult. All the video and whatnot that I have seen, it's very grainy. And I know that they've tried to enhance some of them. Yeah, Pappy had forwarded several still shots with the question mark. Gun, it's his right hand on the right side, but he's got something in his hand. To me, I don't think it looked like a gun. Yeah, it looked more like his cell phone. He was out there trying to record all this stuff like everybody else. But all right, your take maybe. 844-844-3388. All right, mentioned UPS deciding to permanently retire their 27 MD-11 aircraft and take a $137 million after-tax write-off rather than returning the wide-body freighters to service, even if they get cleared to fly again by authorities after that crash in early November. The express delivery and logistics giant began a phased drawdown of the aging three-engine aircraft, but said this past day they've now accelerated the retirement and will replace the aircraft with more efficient twin-engine Boeing 767-300 cargo jets. Of course, the MD-11s have been parked since November the 8th, when the FAA ordered UPS, FedEx, and Western Global Airlines to ground their MD-11 fleets until inspections and potential corrective steps could be completed in the wake of the Louisville, Kentucky crash. Of course, focusing on why the engine and the engine pylon, which was discovered to have structural fatigue cracks, why it's separated from the left wing as it was going down the runway. UPS compensated for the loss of the MD-11 capacity during the peak holiday season by repositioning some aircraft from other parts of the world to the United States and moving more packages by truck and actually leasing some aircraft from partner airlines. The ability to meet demand and alternative capacity convinced management that, we got by here, so maybe we don't need the MD-11s in the fleet after all. That was discussed during an earnings call with analysts, stating over the next 15 months, we expect to take delivery of 18 new Boeing 767 aircraft, 15 of those expected to be delivered this year. So as the new aircraft join the fleet, we will be stepping down from the leased aircraft and those associated expenses. We believe this would be consistent with building with a more efficient global network positioned for growth. And, of course, flexibility, profitability. So 16 before the hour. And, there is Pappy. What do you say?
What up, though, Steve? Hey, I was hoping somebody would have made a comment on them photos that I posted about, when you zoom in, kind of doesn't look like a gun. It's really kind of hard to say. How long did you get to gander at that their photo, Steve, before you kind of really wasn't able to even make up your mind?
Well, it didn't take long. I mean, based on after the fact, knowing the weapon that he had on him, seeing the pictures of it, what was in his hand didn't look like that to me.
Did you have to go to the blow up photo?
The
closer up photo?
Both of them probably. I think both of them kind of looked like it didn't appear to be the gun.
Right. Well, my point is, the larger photo, if I would have had that on my phone and I flipped the phone around and just about the time you get to see it, I'd take the phone away again and I'd say, was that a gun or not?
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you're looking at a photo, you got several seconds to try to determine when these things don't happen like that, right? that's kind of the point I was trying to. I was hoping somebody say, well, when you blow it up, yeah, when you sit here and you blow it up and you take several seconds to kind of focus on it and look at it. You know, where the officers didn't have that opportunity.
Yeah.
When you notice
when you're scuffling and hearing the whistles and the noise, and you hear something, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, he's got a gun, and going, saying that. And so something's in his hand. Did the ICE officers or the guys that shot see something in his hand?
Well, like you said, if that's not AI generated, there's something in his hand. What is it?
Yeah.
And ever since we've been talking about this, Steve, you notice, man, you know me, Steve. I felt the officers did something wrong, I would say so. Right? Mm-hmm. That's just the way it is. I didn't come out and say this was a justified shooting, and I didn't come out and say it wasn't.
Correct.
I just put out some facts. I think the only thing I did say for a fact is that in order for these officers to shoot this man, they have to articulate, right, have probable cause to say their lives or somebody else's lives was in danger. Or not even their lives. Let me rephrase that. That they were in fear for serious physical harm and or death to themselves or somebody else. It's the only way you can pull the trigger, Steve.
Right. And you did clearly articulate the fact that if you are legally carrying a weapon and you then, I guess, proceed to act in doing something illegal, like interfering with ICE or interfering with law enforcement, suddenly you're not legally carrying the weapon.
Once you commit a crime, you're now carrying that firearm illegally.
Right. But that doesn't necessarily justify being shot, right?
No. I mean, Steve, I'll be honest. I would have to based on everything we would see, I would have to see the interviews when they interview these agents, their body cameras, witnesses, and all the other video. You have to take all that into account. You just can't look at their body camera and make it. All the videos that are out there and able to be seen, witnesses that were there, interviewing the agents, you got to take all that into consideration.
Right. Yep.
And see where it leads. Now, I sent you that email. I don't know if you got a chance, and I kind of disagree with the last gentleman's caller where he says it doesn't matter what he did a couple days ago. Kind of paints a picture, though, and I'm telling you, if this was in a jury trial, this would be brought into effect. That several days before the shooting, he is in the street blocking ICE. He spit on a SUV agent's vehicle, and then he kicked the vehicle and literally broke out the rear tail light. Mm-hmm. They stopped the car. They got out. They detained him. That was vandalism against a federal car, right? Definitely criminal damaging. He kicked that taillight out. It came out and fell on the ground. And Steve, if he would have been arrested like he should have been right there and then, and not released,
he wouldn't have been out there again.
Yeah, he wouldn't have been out there again. He was definitely an agitator. He wasn't out there peacefully protesting. Doesn't give anybody, the ICE officers, a right to shoot him for kicking out a taillight, right? The crime for criminal damaging is not death. And in that video, the guy even mentioned, that's narrating it, when he takes his coat off, it looks like he's carrying that gun there also. It looked like there was a holster on your person about the 4 or 5 o'clock position where I carry mine when I'm off. Right on the hip, kind of back a little ways. Looked like he was carrying it then. So, Steve, I seem to think when he watched the video where he got shot, I think at some point after they maced him, they started to put their hands on him. They saw that weapon on his person. Because all of a sudden, you've seen how really aggressive they got, putting him down on the ground and trying to get him under control. So my thought was, somebody seen that weapon, somebody said something like gun or whatever, and it does appear that ICE agent, one of the ICE agents, was able to get the gun away from the subject that was shot. Now, Did he take it out of his holster? Did it fall out of the holster? Was the guy's hand on it? I mean, we don't have them answers. But this is the first time I'm hearing anything about that bad guy's gun in the agent's hand having a negligent discharge. I never used the term accidental discharge because it's a negligent discharge.
Okay. All right.
Right. Somebody says, I accidentally pulled the trigger. No, you were negligent, pal. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Hopefully, it's Steve. It has to be. It has to be a true and honest investigation.
Yep.
Has to be. If these guys did something wrong, they did something wrong. If they didn't do anything wrong, they didn't do anything wrong. And I would accept either one. But that's the problem with the left. They only accept what they want their narrative to be, right? I want the narrative to be that these officers didn't do anything wrong, right? Now, if the investigation finds out they did do something wrong, I'm not going to go burning down a daggone building because I didn't get my way. All right, I think that's all I got. But yeah, that's the point, Steve. When you see these still photos, right, and you're able to replay these videos 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times, 10 times, and the officers didn't have that opportunity.
And it all unfolded. They said from the time he's got a gun, 5 seconds. I mean, 5 seconds, gone just like that.
Yeah, I thought it was more like 3 seconds or something. I don't know, but by the time they had him on the ground, or maybe by the time they first saw the gun, or somebody said gun,
right.
I think I heard 3 seconds.
Okay.
And the amount of shots. Let me address this. I think we got a couple minutes here, Steve.
Yes.
We're talking about, hey man, dude, they shot him 10 times. It's my understanding there was 2 agents that fired their weapon.
Yes.
I know you said, hey, we're trained to stop the threat. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, let me tell you, man, when you got your gun out and you're pointing it at somebody, right? I've been there. I don't know how many times I pulled this gun out of the holster and had it pointed at somebody thinking I might have to shoot them. It's been that many times, Steve. I don't know how many.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with fatal car crashes. I lost count, Steve. I don't know how many I've been on. With that said, that adrenaline is pumping, man, right? You get tunnel vision, your hearing, you lose hearing, all kind of physical factors take its toll. Expressly, once that first round goes off,
boom,
right?
Yep.
You're not on the firing line with earmuffs on, okay? But the point is your adrenaline's pumping. There's been times when you asked officers in their interview, how many times did you fire? 2 or 3? And come to find out, they fired 8 to 10 rounds. when you get an adrenaline dump like that, even there's been many times officers had no idea how many rounds they fired.
Wow. And for the sake of the ongoing investigation and discussion, if there were indeed to be a negligent discharge or accidental discharge as the guy was removing that gun, that would probably immediately spark other officers to pull the trigger, wouldn't it?
Yeah, they don't know. How would they know? If that guy accidentally, we'll say, pulled the trigger as he's taken it out of the dude's holster, right? All of a sudden, dude, you know, when you're in close proximity, I mean, you got 3 or 4 or 5 guys almost like on top of this guy, and a gun goes off that close to you, and you have no idea. All of a sudden, you hear a bang, and you know this guy has a gun. Whoa! I mean, what just happened?
So that's why we let the rest of the investigation unfold. Surely they'd be able to make a determination if that gun had been discharged there during that scuffle, like not at a firing range or something, right? All right, well, rolling toward news break. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. Trusted by diesel owners nationwide to clean injectors, reduce wear, and extend engine life. Get 10% off at hotshotsecret.com with the code Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Border Patrol agents involved in Saturday's fatal shooting of Alex Peretti in Minneapolis are being placed on administrative leave.
That's according to multiple reports citing Department of Homeland Security sources. Officials reportedly said the move is part of standard protocol. President Trump has said he expects an honorable and honest investigation into the shooting. Following the shooting, Trump sent Border Czar Tom Homan to be his point person in the Twin Cities and removed top Border Patrol official Greg Bavino from his Minneapolis duties. I'm Chris Coraggio.
Super Bowl 60 could become the site of ICE enforcement operations, as there will be a visible presence around Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, California.
The Department of Homeland Security told TMZ Sports the agency is committed to working with our local and federal partners to ensure the Super Bowl is safe for everyone involved. DHS officials have previously indicated that enforcement is a directive from the president and will not be paused for the Super Bowl. President Trump recently said he will not be attending this year's game. He has also been critical of the selection of Puerto Rican artist Bad Bunny as the the halftime show performer. I'm Mark Mayfield.
UPS is planning to cut 30,000 jobs this year as it winds down its partnership with Amazon.
Company officials announced the move following the company's quarterly earnings release Tuesday. Most of the cuts are expected to be accomplished through attrition with a voluntary separation program offered to full-time drivers. The latest cuts come after UPS eliminated 48,000 jobs in a belt-tightening move in 2025. I'm Matt Mattinson.
Amazon is closing their branded grocery stores.
Amazon Fresh and Amazon Go stores will soon be closing. Amazon launched its grocery business some 20 years ago, but says it never really found a way to make the in-person stores a distinctive customer experience. Many of the closed stores will now be converted to Whole Foods markets. Amazon bought Whole Foods in 2017 and says it plans to open 100 new stores throughout the country in the next few years. Amazon Fresh will continue to be an online delivery service. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Tensions are rising between the White House and Minneapolis over immigration enforcement. Ron Warner has the story.
President Donald Trump is warning Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey that he's, quote, playing with fire after the mayor said the city will not enforce federal immigration laws. Trump posted the warning on social media, calling the stance a serious legal violation. Mayor Frey pushed back, saying local police should focus on public safety, not immigration enforcement, arguing community trust is at risk. The dispute comes amid heightened federal immigration operations in Minneapolis and ongoing talks between city leaders and the administration's border officials.
Officials say a suspected human trafficker was shot by a Border Patrol agent near Tucson, Arizona yesterday.
FBI Special Agent in Charge Heath Yonke says the suspect fled from a traffic stop on foot and shot at a Border Patrol helicopter, as well as the agents who were trying to catch him. They returned fire, wounding the suspect. He's listed in serious but stable condition. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A NASA WB-57 research aircraft made an emergency belly landing at Ellington Airport near Houston after its landing gear failed yesterday. Video showed the plane sliding down the runway on its belly with sparks and flames. NASA says all the crew on board were safe. NASA says they will investigate the mechanical issue that led to the gear-up landing.
At the closing bell, the Dow rose 12 points, the S&P 500 dropped less than a point, and the Nasdaq gained 40 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
What do you say? Another hour? Here we go. Off and rolling. Thursday comes our way. Where are we at? 29th of January. Countdown to Groundhog Day. So supposedly, we're supposed to have a race this weekend. I'm not going to hold my breath. I ain't banking on it. The NASCAR Clash update right now says the forecast calls for maybe 6 to 10 inches of snow possible Saturday. But that is still somewhat uncertain. Now, the update this past evening said tech inspection is scheduled for tomorrow. The teams have been told to plan. The plan is to race Sunday, and if postponed, Monday, or maybe then Tuesday, and so on and so on. The main concern, they tell us, is likely can fans safely attend the event? All we know is NASCAR said they can race in the cold, but if they do indeed get 6 to 10 inches, that's going to be the question. Here we are, 5 days into the ice storm there, and we still have interstate shutdowns, 55, 22. I mean, what a mess. What do you say, Brain Dead?
Little as possible, Steve. How about you?
Here we are. I can't believe the ice down there, 55 and 22. I saw some of the still photos I saw. I mean, the number of trucks that have been stuck out there, it's unbelievable.
Yep. Don't surprise me none. When I got in yesterday morning after I hung up the phone with you and got in, there's two of the guys with me, and dispatch said, hey, I know what your bids are. You're canceled. There are no bids right now. Whatever's loaded rolls. Doesn't matter if it's Paducah, Kentucky. Doesn't matter if it's Little Rock. Doesn't matter. You're going to take it and roll. Because right now in the overnights, we run the perishable, the refrigerated stuff. And then in the afternoon, the early afternoon, it's grocery. And then in the late afternoon, it's frozen. So I did a 3-stop frozen run up to Paducah yesterday. And they all thought I had perishable. And I said, no, I got frozen today. We don't know day by day until things get back online. I mean, when I got in yesterday to the warehouse at this time, yesterday morning, I think there was maybe only 15, 20 cars in the whole parking lot. And that includes management too. It was that bad. I mean, the load that I normally take at 2 a.m. was not ready until about 5 or 6 in the morning.
Wow.
So, and those store shelves up there are empty. And that's one battle we're having to deal with. The other battle that we're having to deal with is the stores closing. I mean, there is no consistent, these stores close at 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock or whatever. This store closes at 5. That one closes at 7. And literally by 8 o'clock, everybody's wrapped up and gone home if they close at 7 o'clock. There's nobody there on the overnight stocking. Like right now, I know that I could take my load up there and drop it off and hook the other one to come back. So, but they did tell us that Atlanta warehouse is running all the stores for Jackson, Mississippi area and up that way. Batesville is a store that's closer to us. I don't even think we're running it at all. One of the guys on the yard, he lives down there in Senatobia, right in the heart of that. And he said it took him 2 hours to get to the warehouse yesterday. I said, well, what about going home? He says, well, it depends. I talked to my wife today or not. So, So, but yeah, it's a mess, and it's getting slowly cleaned up. And you know, I heard Eagle when I woke up this morning, and let me say this: Nashville's doing the best they could do. The thing is, though, the idiot governor they got down there, Tate Reeves, waited until Monday at noon or Monday afternoon to issue the state of emergency. The governor of Tennessee and Arkansas, heck, on Thursday or Friday, they went ahead and issued that disaster declaration. I mean, Monday afternoon they were sending in the National Guard to go help out the go help out. Well, that's fine and dandy and all, but you know, it's too little, too late. I mean, the last time I remember something like this happening was here in '94 when we had the major ice storm here. I mean, we were without power for, I think it was about 8 days. I think most of the city was without power for 10 days. And, you know, we were able to get by. I mean, Nashville's a lot bigger city. I don't know what happened with all their infrastructure, but I know Memphis, like we never lost power. And MLG&W said in a little press conference thingy, they said that they went out and got all the tree trimming crews and said, hey, instead of cutting the right of way, we want you out here trimming back trees that are possibly could cause, what do you call it, where they could knock down and take out the lines.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, at least MLG&W was a little bit prepared to the storm, a little bit ahead of the curve. But realistically, though, Mississippi and Louisiana, they wait for it to get teetotally, screwed up before they go in and clean it up. They don't want to get out in it and try to start cleaning it and can't make no progress. And, you know, it's one of the things I was saying last night. Mississippi, the way they see it, God put down there, God take it away. And they always had that attitude, even back in the ice storm of '94. I remember when Jackson, Mississippi, all the way up to Memphis, it was a solid sheet of ice for a week. I mean, there was no snow equipment. They up here in northern Mississippi, they do have snow plows. Anything past, I think it's like a Batesville or Winona down there, they don't have the snow plows down there because they don't get it that often. And even if they do, they only get the ice. So, I mean, that's kind of where we're stuck at. But too, Steve, this just shows the intelligence of the modern driver. 15 years ago, we were at the truck stop, at the tables, looking at the TV that had the Weather Channel on it. We were at the table sitting around with other drivers saying, hey, where are you going? Oh, I'm going here. Oh, you don't want to go there. Go around it. We don't have that no more. We have all this technology. We have Google Maps. We have, Weather Channel apps. We have all these apps, and nobody bothers to look at them. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I look at my GPS all the time when I'm going from point A to point B. Like Memphis to Nashville and back, or not Nashville, but Memphis to Little Rock or wherever I'm going, just check the road conditions to see what is going on out there. Is there a road closure? Do I need to go around it?
Mm-hmm.
Because yesterday I left the warehouse at 4:20 in the afternoon. I rolled into my driveway at 20 minutes to 6, which is normally a 30-minute drive. But see, though, therein too, our city has the snow plows, has the snow removal equipment. But all these cities, all the major city streets are pretty much one-lane cow path thoroughfares, and traffic is backing up. It is crazy. They have not yet done anything with it. And you guys get a lot more snow than what we do. You guys are more handled for it.
Right.
We don't. So like I said, are they saying, next week all this crap's supposed to be out of here?
Next week?
Yeah, they're saying about Wednesday. They're on Wednesday they're supposed to have some rain coming through here. So, but yeah, people here are still panicking out. They see dry roads and they still just panic out. I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't get it. But it just, like I told Dingbat yesterday, just slow and steady runs the race. I mean, she went to work at about noon yesterday. And she finally didn't get back in from her little runs around not far from where we live. till about like 8 o'clock last night. I mean, it was that long of a day for her.
Well, now I think you got the next shot of cold coming in. I didn't think you were supposed to get above freezing until somewhere like middle of next week. Does that sound right?
Yeah, well, consistently. I mean, it was like 40 here today. We had a lot of good melting today. And I think, yesterday. I'm still day off.
Yeah.
Yesterday, it was like about 40, 45. We had a lot of good melting. A lot of the road crews were able to catch up. I did see a bunch of our snow plows out running around. But today, I think it's supposed to be, in the mid-40s. So we'll get a lot of good melting out today, too, Steve. But I did see something kind of interesting, though. I heard somewhere that Nashville Electric had two union crews, that were union, show up to help out, and they turned them away. Nashville Electric said, sorry, we don't want you here. Goodbye, good luck, have a good life. And we down here have had crews from all over. I mean, we've had crews from New Brunswick, Canada, come down to help us out. Hey, at least they know how to drive on this crap a lot better than what some of us are down here.
Right.
But I don't know if that's true or not. I saw a little blurb about it or not. But yeah, it's really going to take a minute. But also too, they said that we're supposed to get some more of that white crap coming through tomorrow too, Steve. Is that right?
I hadn't seen anything in regards to tomorrow.
Yeah, they said it's supposed to be some flurries. It's not supposed to be, anything significant.
Okay.
They just said it's going to be like that storm's coming through, and it's supposed to be just some flurries. They say there's supposed to be some freezing fog here tonight.
Okay.
Or today, right now. So.
Yeah.
But other than that, Steve, I'm going to go skate into the warehouse, buddy. You have a good morning.
Thanks for the update. All right, so dealing with the aftermath. All right, 18 past the hour. It's 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive back in 2.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Back at it here. Get a new day off and rolling. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. And hello to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning, Steve. 24 degrees in Follett, Texas. Checking in here, listening to you on 710 KNUS out of the Mile High City. Pretty cool to hear you on the terrestrial airwaves again. All right, ready to load my powerful chrome-plated cow truck for a high-speed trip to the North Country. And a special shout-out and welcome aboard to all the new affiliates from Parks Livestock in Texas. Okay. Pappy said it's showing minus 10 on the dash cam right now by the Indiana state line in southwest Ohio. Unknown if this is a malfunctioning temperature gauge. Hey, all I know is we got those advisories in place. Another frigid morning coming our way. And they did say wind chills could be minus 10, minus 12. You hear this Thursday morning. I don't know if the air temperature was supposed to get that cold, but meanwhile, NASA announcing progress is a little faster than originally predicted toward a critical fueling test for the Artemis II moon rocket. The agency had targeted no later than February the 2nd to complete what they call the wet dress rehearsal for the Artemis II SLS, which, if it passes the crucial test with flying colors, could launch astronauts on a mission around the moon as early as February 6. NASA now says they hope to wrap the critical fueling and countdown simulation as early as this Saturday. Engineers have remained on track or ahead of schedule as they worked through planned activities at the launch pad, getting ready to conduct the wet dress rehearsal, leading up to a simulated launch. In their update here on Monday, Artemis II's SLS and the Orion capsule, of course, rolled out from the assembly building to the pad there at 39B. Since arriving, teams have secured the vehicle's mobile launch platform for integration with LC-39B ground infrastructure, readied the rocket for the final phase of testing before launch. The upcoming wet dress rehearsal will officially kick off about 2 full days ahead of the simulated T-0 liftoff time as launch teams begin tending their stations. The most critical portion of the test will take place on Saturday when the cryogenic fuel loading of the rocket's 2 main stages commence. In total, SLS will take on more than 700,000 gallons of cryogenic propellant, weighing approximately 5.75 million pounds. All right. The goal will be to run the SLS mission clock down to T-minus 33 seconds, the point at which the rocket's computer would normally take over system monitoring during an actual launch attempt. If all goes according to plan, after the SLS T-minus 33 second countdown hold, operators would reset the simulated clock to T-minus 10 minutes and run it down to a second time to T-minus 30 seconds. So kind of like a check and then a double check. I don't know. What do you say, Philip?
Not much. How you doing today, buddy?
It's another cold morning here in our neck of the woods.
Yeah, it's going to be that way a little bit here today. You're wondering why they're kind of getting things together there. Look at our weather on Sunday, Steve.
I was just going to say, all of it? you got another the real cold stuff coming in your way Saturday into Sunday, I think, and of course Saturday. Would the cold affect the fueling of the cryogenic and all that? When it's, I mean, what's the impact? Do you know?
Well, it ain't so much the fueling of the thing. That stuff is down below zero, and you're not going to have as much what they call burn off, whereas the propellant gets hot and you burn it off. It's more about the infrastructure, things are not put together down here like they are in the northern states. And with cryogenics, all that stuff is, it's subjected to a lot of hot, cold stuff. And, we've had kind of a heavy heart the last couple of days down here. And if we have a lot of memories of what has happened in the past down here. Mm-hmm. And, and 39B is it's really touchy with a lot of folks because of Challenger, and the Challenger incident, is 40 years old, was the 27th. The day before that was the Apollo 1, where the astronauts got, burned up inside the capsule. And then we have the 1st of February, which that's Columbia. So everything is like bing, bing, bing right there, and then we've got this on top of it. It's one of those things we got to watch. That's a lot of cryo to be putting in right now, and I'm not a real fan of it. I've said it on the show, and
right.
Everything's going in that big orange tank, and it's going to be a real sitting on your hands type of thing watching this. They're going to go through full countdown, Steve, full countdown on this. Mm-hmm. With a wet dresser. It's everything but a takeoff and a fire up. The propellant will go in just like it's going to be the whole shot. They do it on the Starship. They're doing it on this one. They do it all on all the rockets just about, especially the ones with humans. Because we have to be a little careful now. We got special cargo. This is not like, just taking some stuff up to the ISS and, that's it. This is serious business. We got human lives involved, so it's going to be really interesting to see if they can actually pull this off. A lot of the technology is upgraded space shuttle technology. The engines that are on this rocket are the ones that were on the space shuttle, but they've been remodified for this vehicle.
For the
The solid rocket boosters are the same thing. So I'll hold if you want.
Yeah, let's thank you very much. All right, news on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive brought to you by Hot Shot Secret, the additive brand trusted by truckers, farmers, and gearheads to clean, protect, and extend engine life. Hot Shot Secret, available nationwide at truck stops, farm and auto retailers, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Here we go. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Border Patrol agents involved in Saturday's fatal shooting of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis are being placed on administrative leave.
That's according to multiple reports citing Department of Homeland Security sources. Officials reportedly said the move is part of standard protocol. President Trump has said he expects an honorable and honest investigation into the shooting. Following the shooting, Trump sent Border Czar Tom Homan to be his point person in the Twin Cities and removed top Border Patrol official Greg Bavino from his Minneapolis duties. I'm Chris Coraggio.
The U.S. dollar is sliding to multi-year lows after President Trump said he's not concerned with that decline. Markets reacted sharply, with analysts pointing to interest rate uncertainty, rising deficits, and global investors shifting away from the dollar.
At the closing bell, the Dow rose 12 points, the S&P 500 dropped less than a point, and the Nasdaq gained 40 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, how about a quick market update? Well, health insurance companies looked pretty under the weather yesterday after the Trump administration announced they're reportedly planning on keeping Medicare rates largely unchanged in 2027. What does that mean? Well, that translates to insurers won't be able to charge more for services. Humana was down 21%. United Healthcare down 19%. Others fell as the day moved on. Meanwhile, Corning up more than 15%. Corning, a longtime iPhone supplier, trading higher after announcing a new deal with Meta. Meta will pay Corning about $6 billion over the next few years for fiber cables to be used in data centers. Corning is actually one of the many stocks that have benefited from the rise of data centers. Meanwhile, being described as the mother of all deals, the European Union and India finalizing a trade deal 2 decades in the making. Being called the mother of all deals, and both sides will cut tariffs to 0 on most products. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent argued that the United States made bigger sacrifices than Europeans by pressuring India with tariffs over Russian oil purchases. Meanwhile, the president says South Korea is not living up to the deal. Flashback to October, the president promised to cut tariffs to 15% in exchange for a $350 billion investment from South Korea. So South Korea now says, well, it takes time to plan projects to invest in. The president says, let's get the job done. Let's get it moving. Move faster. Couple of other tidbits. Boeing reported a 57% sales rise in the fourth quarter. Another sign the company's turning things around. Kelly Ortberg took over as CEO in 2024 with the goal of turning Boeing around after years of missed targets and quality concerns. Now the plane maker's been selling more jets, fixing some of their quality and production issues. Of course, with the story we shared earlier, UPS they're announcing that they're going to simply retire the planes that have been grounded there. I guess they had purchased an order for 18 new Boeing planes to replace that, as 13 were expected to be delivered this year. And lastly, Coinbase eyes Coin One, South Korea's third largest crypto exchange, is in talks to sell shares to outside investors. Rumors are that Coinbase might be involved as their executives are visiting South Korea this week. South Korea's crypto market is the second largest by volume, and gaining access is attractive to investors, they tell us. Meanwhile, back to Philip. Thanks for hanging in there.
That's a pretty interesting tidbit there about Boeing. And what I would watch, Steve, as far as the stocks go, is check out Airbus and Boeing and how they work amongst each other, because I think with the situation in Kentucky, this might change the parameter for Boeing. You might have Airbus step up to the cargo side a little bit more and get out of the passenger side. Do you know what the A380 is, Steve? You ever heard of that airplane?
I've heard of it, yes.
Okay, the A380 is technically the world's biggest passenger plane. Okay? It was something that Airbus had got in with and wanted to go to the next level to get as many airlines as they could to buy into buying a bigger plane to put more people on the plane. And it's something that has went for years. I mean, I saw a story yesterday about not McDonnell Douglas. Back in those days, it was just called the Douglas Aircraft Corporation. They did the same thing. They were like Airbus. They were brought in to compete with Boeing to get more people on airplanes. And you know what? This is a chance for Airbus to step up to the plate and say, hey, now I know they're a foreign company. Don't get me wrong, guys. But they have a lot of airplanes flying in the passenger side of the business. A lot of planes. I mean, you look at airlines like Allegiant, the smaller airlines, they're all going to Airbus. There are planes out there with the Boeings coming in more. But, your traditional American and them United, they're going with more of the Boeing stuff. But if you look at your regionals, they're going with the Airbus. Your smaller airlines are going with the Airbus. So Airbus, it's their time. If they want to step up to the plate, we're going to put this 380 into a cargo configuration, and it can be done. It can be done. I mean, anything can be done if you put your thought enough into it.
Mm-hmm.
But I would like to see those two stocks and watch them for a year just to see how they compete with each other over the situation that happened with the MD-11. Now, that's cool that UPS is retiring those planes. They should. Those planes have done their deal, and I think it's going to make the FAA sit down and have a look at longevity of airplanes and how long they can fly safely without having the issues like that one had. And it's something that needs to be addressed. We can't fly a plane millions and millions of times over and over and not do the inspections on it more. They need to be more diligent in their inspection. Now, you guys were touching earlier about the snowstorms. Now, something that I've seen with Mother Nature down here is, Steve, do you guys have EOCs up there?
EOC, I'm not familiar.
Emergency Operations Center.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So what that is, okay, so when you have, a weather-related event coming, an EOC should be set up before that event gets to you, okay? That way when the event happens, especially if it's a predictable event, like a snowstorm, a hurricane, okay? Tornadoes, you can't predict it. That doesn't happen. Usually in a tornado aspect, the EOC is set up after the event has already happened. But I think in lighting with what Brain Dead was talking with earlier, that those states need to enact their EOCs a lot more quickly in events like this. So like at Nashville, I do not think Tennessee had the EOC set up quickly enough for the damage that they have received.
Yeah.
And that's preparing for the event. Now, an EOC can set up salt trucks. It can set up equipment to be brought in for the event. I mean, if we had our sense together a little bit in Florida, which usually we do during hurricanes, the EOC should have been set up when we had that snowstorm last year in Pensacola. Okay? And your infrastructure is always a battle in major metropolitan areas in the South. It always has been. It always will be. You look at places like Chicago, you look at Minneapolis, you look at even where you're at, Steve, when a snow event comes, they know they have how much salt they have, they know how much equipment they've got, they know where they need to do and get it done. Now, here's the thing. We've been talking a lot about fraud with government here lately. Where does all the money go that we invest in our taxation for roads? Okay? Does the federal government get involved with that? Evidently, they must not, because if we have lacking situations like we see in Route 20 or I-22 and I-55, and we have icing events, we got to figure out what's going on, folks. Where did the money go that would put infrastructure into place if we had an event like that? We're talking about contingency the other night. Why aren't these places setting up contingency in case? If the equipment sits, it sits. It's not being burned out, whatever. Utilize it when you have it. Make sure you have it. Make sure that you can get it. And that's the problem that we have. We don't have people talking to each other. Steve, what is this I'm hearing about a government shutdown tomorrow? Have you heard that?
Yeah, they got the extension back there a few months ago, and I think that the whatever the legislation that they were looking to pass, the Democrats, there's money in there. I don't know how many billions of dollars supposedly going to Homeland Security, and the Democrats are saying, based on what's going on with like Minneapolis and Kirsty Noem and Homeland Security, they're not gonna pass the bill. And if they don't pass the bill, we're kind of back to where we were, when we had the shutdown here a couple months ago.
Okay, so here's what we do. We're going to hold the government hostage, and this country's moving forward so we can figure out how much we're going to supply the Homeland Security. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I just say it like this. If you're going to do this kind of crap, and that's what it is. It's junk. I really don't want to say that word over and over again. But if you're going to do this, understand that your job is in jeopardy. Accountability needs to be brought up in this country. That is one of the biggest problems we have in this country right now, Steve, is accountability. Okay? Now, they hold it over President Trump's head years ago, accountability. They tried to get him out a bunch of times, and we've made the switch back to the other side. And no accountability was held for that. And that's what we need. We as taxpayers out here need to hold our government accountable. Now, if you're not going to do your job, so like take for instance, let's look at Minneapolis right now, Steve. President Trump seen that things weren't going the way he wanted to go. What'd he do? He pulled them out, didn't he? Wasn't that what he did? Now, he's realigning everything to see if he can make it go better. Okay? He's holding accountability. That's what we need to do in this country. If we have an icy road, we need accountability. Where did the money go for if we had a contingency for that? Evidently, there must have not been any money. You're talking about the insurance companies right now. There are things going down because of Medicaid. Well, I got news for you, folks. That's what insurance companies are built about. They're built about profitability. If they're not making money, they're not going to be in business. And it's that way in general with anything you see out here, be it a car, a truck, be it a house. What about the Fed, Steve? Have you talked about? I mean, I haven't been here in a couple of days, but have you been talking about the Fed? About what's went on with the Fed here lately?
No, we haven't really discussed that. All I know is they did not lower interest rates yesterday. I don't think it was expected, though.
It was not expected, but it's going to hurt a lot of people in a lot of different areas. Okay? The housing situation, it's pretty much the interest rates are kind of stabled off. But where it's going to hurt people is in the credit card situation. And also it's going to hurt them in the vehicle situation when they have to buy a vehicle. The interest rates on vehicles now are all over the place. And you think about credit cards. The average credit card right now, Steve, is about 19%. Now, that's a lot of money when you're paying that interest every month. And not everybody can pay up to that interest because we're having to use those credit cards in certain applications. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So it's going to affect a lot of people. And that's what we need to do. We need to hold the Fed accountable. Like I was talking about earlier, accountability. We need to do it. That's all I got today, bud. And by the way, Steve, did you hear we might have some lake effect snow down here in Florida in a couple days?
Would that be from Lake Okeechobee?
No, that would not be. That would be from our friend, the Gulf of, what are we going to call it? I call it the Gulf now.
Okay.
I just call it the Gulf.
The Gulf of America.
I don't call it the Gulf of Mexico. I don't call it the Gulf of America. I don't care. It's the Gulf. Okay? But the winds are going to be right in the next couple of days that we're going to see some lake effect.
How about
So it ain't going to be sticking. It's going to be burning off when it hits the ground. It's going to be just flurries. But who knows? It's going to be down as far south as Tampa, I heard. So who knows what we'll see. And we are going to have some pretty good temperatures down here next week. If you can, after you get off the phone with me here, look up and see what our temperatures are going to be for next week. And your eyes are going to kind of like, what? What's going on down there in Florida? And it's simply the best, as my friend Grady Judd says. You guys have a good day, and thank you, Steve.
All right. I'm assuming that means after the Arctic blast over the weekend, they're going to start rebounding like post-haste. Yeah, I'll have to double check. Now, as far as the government shutdown, here's the latest a couple of hours ago from investing.com, which says President Trump and Democrat leader Chuck Schumer progressing toward a potential agreement to avert a shutdown. New York Times reported Wednesday evening the two seen moving toward a possible agreement over more restrictions on immigration agents. And under the proposed plan, the Senate, they say, will split off legislation funding the Department of Homeland Security from the 6 bill package of spending measures that would be needed to fund other federal agencies. The package has to be passed before the government funding expires Friday night. Any potential lapse in funding could mark the second government shutdown after the record shutdown in October and November. It says Senate Democrats have widely spoken against the conduct of the president's immigration crackdown, some also calling for cutting funding to Homeland Security. So if I understand that correctly, you've got a 6-bill package. Yeah, they're talking about, all right, we'll take the Homeland Security funding aspect of the bill aside and work on that separately if we can get everything else passed so that keep the government going. That kind of goes back to what the same scenario with the previous shutdown. What was the stickler there? The funding for, it was the Obamacare credits, wasn't it? The credits for people on the Obamacare program. I had to split that one off, which they ultimately did. And it was all a waste of time, ultimately. But that's where we stand this early Thursday.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, I believe Eagle has some follow-up comments after listening to Pappy's conversation here a bit ago. We were talking about all these events that unfold. We all get to go back and watch it in slow motion, frame by frame, after the fact. But you got to remember, it all happens in a matter of split seconds. He said, think of this. This was the scenario. The officers are struggling to get this guy under control. They believe he has a gun on him. Somebody maybe says a gun. Then you hear a gunshot. They know the man's armed. They see an object in his hand. Let's say maybe it was a cell phone. But officers thought it was a gun. Bottom line is, bad things happen when you resist the police, especially if you're armed with a gun. These officers have been threatened with their lives and their families' lives. Bottles thrown at them, fireworks shot at them, spit on. The way I see it, they're experiencing battle fatigue. Need to give them boys a break. Yeah, it's got to be difficult day after day after day going through all that. Welcome back, Eagle. Hey, I think Eagle dozed off, didn't he? Well, we'll get his thoughts maybe at a latter point in time. When we coming back to industry headlines, couple of tidbits here as we roll toward news break anyway. The long-standing, what is known as the Triple T truck stop in Tucson, familiar with that, is going to stay open, they tell us, after more than 70 years in business, despite a recent multi-million-dollar sale. The Triple T truck stop, located in the southeast side of Tucson, along East Benson Highway near Interstate 10, was listed for sale last year for $10 million. Sold earlier this month to Sadhguru Enterprises, LLC, for $8.25 million. The family that originally owned the truck stop decided to sell after moving away from Tucson. The new owners of the Triple T say they plan to keep the truck stop open and operating as a truck stop, but are planning a few renovations to add passenger vehicle fuel pumps. It's the ease of mind knowing that we'll still have truck parking, good fuel, and good service, according to one driver who spoke to KGUN. Everybody at the Triple T's really nice, friendly, and that's the big thing. I hope people admire the history of this place, though, because it's that history that sets it apart from other truck stops, 70 years in business there. This update on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. From diesel and oil additives to oils and coolants, Hot Shot Secret keeps your rig running strong mile after mile. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump was in Iowa yesterday talking about his accomplishments since his return to office.
Speaking to a large crowd in the town of Clive, Trump thanked the Hawkeye State for backing him in 2016, 2020, and in 2024.
But we did so well the second time, I said, well, we won twice, we got to do it a third time.
Trump focused his campaign-style speech on affordability and energy. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The Federal Reserve is pressing pause on interest rates. States. Ron Warner with the story.
Fed officials voted Wednesday to leave rates unchanged, ending a streak of 3 straight cuts late last year. The benchmark rate remains between 3.5% and 3.75%. Policymakers cited a slowing labor market and inflation that's still above the Fed's 2% goal. The decision passed 10-2, with 2 governors pushing for another cut. Chair Jerome Powell said rates are near neutral, leaving the Fed well positioned to respond as economic conditions evolve.
Pinterest is preparing for its pivot towards AI with plans to reduce its workforce.
The digital pinboard company will lay off less than 15% of its staff as it moves to AI-focused roles. Pinterest is also set to reduce office spaces, with the total restructuring charges estimated at around $35 to $45 million, and plans are expected to be completed by the end of September. I'm at Mattinson.
The San Diego County Board of Supervisors has voted to try and keep immigration agents out of county facilities without a warrant.
The vote was 3-1-1 along party lines, with the 3 Democrats on the board voting in favor of the measure. It requires a warrant for federal access to non-public areas on county property and provides an annual report on Homeland Security activity and interaction with law enforcement. It'll take effect in 30 days. I'm Jack Cronin.
A Belgian lawmaker is facing criticism after comments on Muslims and anti-Semitism. Sam Van Rooij told the Jerusalem Post that Muslims must reject violent extremism or leave Belgium. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
Virginia Commonwealth University says they have fired a nurse after a series of social media videos that appear to encourage sabotage against ICE agents. In those videos, the healthcare worker referenced using syringes and other harmful tactics against federal law enforcement. VCU says the content was inappropriate and does not reflect the values of its health system. New York City Mayor Zoran Mandani says there has been no additional cold weather deaths, with the total still at 10.
We are suspecting at this time that of the 10 deaths that we have spoken about, that about 7 had hypothermia playing a role. Of the 10 who had died, about 6 were known to the Department of Homeless Services.
All 10 deaths are under investigation by the city medical examiner, with autopsies and lab work ongoing. Final determinations are expected within 5 to 7 days. Palm Beach International Airport is one step closer to being renamed for President Trump. A Florida House subcommittee approved the proposal, with supporters citing Trump's residency in Palm Beach County, Florida, and other airports named for presidents. Democratic Representative Anna Eskamani argued renaming it is premature.
When it comes to renaming infrastructure as essential as an airport, I think it's always better to wait till after someone serves their term as well versus during a term. I think in most cases we honor presidents in following their career and their tenure.
The bill still needs full House and Senate approval. Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, for the folks on the West Coast, welcome into a Thursday. Or shall we call it Friday Eve, like Billy does. Hey there, Billy. Morning, Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive, folks. Happy Friday Eve. We're supposed to get 3 to 6 inches of snow, eastern North Carolina, Saturday Eve through Sunday, if the forecast doesn't change. All right, everybody, be safe out there. Shorty, 4 degrees in Somerset, Pennsylvania at this hour. There's Norman checking in from north central Kansas. Cold, clear skies. Picked up about 12 inches of snow. Still going to therapy for the back issues. I haven't driven since before Thanksgiving. I'm actually getting used to sleeping overnight after all those years of overnight driving. But everybody have a good morning. I hope your back gets to feeling better soon there. Thanks for checking in, Norman. All right, from the email bag, under the headline, Questions for Elon. Obviously, Elon Omar. Was it a staged event? Questions for Elon. Number 1, why didn't you seem concerned at what liquid was sprayed on you? You didn't raise your hands, cover your head or face, turn your head or your back, or move out of the way to protect yourself. Don't claim that you were just being brave. Even the bravest know how to protect themselves when vulnerable. Why were you not even curious as to what the liquid was? It could have been a toxin, a poison, a corrosive acid, a contaminated biohazard. You didn't even look down at your shirt to see what it might be. Why were you not, nor your people, concerned at all for the other people in the room? Had it been something dangerous, why weren't your people acting upon the possibility that this could have been potentially sprayed on other people or areas in the room without anyone realizing it? Why didn't your people escort you out to get you out of those contaminated clothes? Wouldn't it be prudent to quickly get you to a place to wash and remove the substance in case it was dangerous or lethal? You just walked back to the podium as though nothing happened. No concern for others. Just a contented, borderline happy look on your face. Why didn't the assailant say anything? Up-close personal attacks are almost always people with an agenda. Attackers start screaming or chanting something. They have an axe to grind and want to make it known to everyone. Yeah, but he apparently had nothing against you. No criticism. I think the only thing I've seen is, I believe, supposedly he said something like, "You must resign." Anyway, lastly, why did he only spray your shirt and not your face? Attackers want to stop the person from talking. They go for the face, the hair, ruin the clothing? Something to make you unable to continue. But he very conveniently made sure you were perfectly able to continue without making you unpresentable in any way. Good thing the liquid was clear and didn't mark or stain. I don't know. Is that a lucky coincidence? These type of events need to always be taken seriously, but you didn't. You just referenced to him as a bully? An unusually benign statement to describe this type of event. If it was even remotely legit, it all appears quite suspicious. So my advice, next time you try this, Elon, remember people are not as brainless as you think they are. Do a little more research, take a few acting lessons, make it at least somewhat believable. All, I say, valid questions, quite legit. Anyone, in my mind, if someone were to do something of that nature to me, I would immediately want to get it off. Would you not? I don't know. Points to ponder. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
I heard that she ran that Saturday Night Live skit through the Kamala Harris Research Institute there on to get approval for it. I don't know if that's true or not, but anyway.
Could
yeah. Because it wasn't funny. Just like Saturday Night Live isn't funny. I mean, it's nothing. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, you think if you had something on there, you'd have some hazmat decontamination unit set up that, you would have been drug out back and your clothes ripped off and you've been hosed down and sprayed and put in a Tyvek jumpsuit and, as you said, carted off to a hospital and then inspected, injected, and all kinds of different nasty things to have done to you to make sure there wasn't anything bad that happened to you.
Right.
But anyway. I'm not sure if Philip was quite right there on the deal there for lost the term here. The interest rates. There you go. The interest rates. I think the credit card interest rates aren't a lot of credit cards up in the high 20s and low 30s.
Yes,
for
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, 19% would be pretty low for a credit card. But I think auto loans are anywhere from like 10 to 14% at this point. So you kind of it makes it hard to buy a new car when some of these new ones out here, they're advertising 0.9, 1.9. It's you put it over the lifetime of the loan, the interest for a used car actually brings the price up. That is actually would be cheaper or more economically to have the new car instead of the used one at this point again. But anyway, so that sounds like a pretty good deal going on. So when we lost Challenger there, they determined it was the O-ring had a freezing issue, right? And was that the O-ring was in the solid rocket booster between the sections of that?
If memory serves, correct. That memory serves, yes.
Yeah. So this unit here for the Artemis II, they're reusing the tech, that same challenge. The technology. Wow. The same technology and units that put the space shuttles up with the big fuel tank, the big orange fuel tank in the center, and then the solid rocket boosters they've been talking. I mean, is there any real major change to this? Because as you said, it's really cold down there. That would be my issue of fueling it and everything. I mean, I know those are solid, so that's not getting it. The big orange tank is what they're filling up, and I believe they use hydrogen and oxygen, right, for the combination of the propellant. So it's got to be separated there somehow because you can't, it's not like right. Chocolate and peanut butter. You can't put the two great tastes together and then separate them back out. But anyway, so I guess we'll leave it to the high up smart technicians that know what they're doing with that. I'm qualified for propane here, and that's about as high up as I go for right now. I'd have the possibility to do more, but there just isn't a need to do any more than that. I mean, I talked with Grump a little bit, and he saw some ammonia, and I was like, yeah, no, I don't have any need. There's just too many options to have something happen that it can end up in a bad situation. And I know all these jobs have to be done, but sometimes it's better to have them done by somebody else. Anyway, I don't know. Other than that, not a whole lot going on here. Listened to Brain Dead there a little bit earlier, talking about not getting things plowed. These people in Maryland here, I don't know what their idea of plowing is, but they certainly kind of, they get out here and they push stuff around and drive around and throw a lot of salt on the ground, but all of a sudden you'd be going down the road and where your lane is, so all of a sudden, well, we're done plowing this lane, so we're going to quit plowing it, and now there's 2.5, 3 feet of snow piled up here, pushed off from the rest of the road into it. And they're working on trying to clean some of it up that's up against the Jersey walls and stuff, because they have it piled up the way they have it piled up from the plowing process. It's on a pretty good angle, or if you get to the point where the ramps break off at the exits and everything, pretty much everything is set up as a Dukes of Hazzard ramp to where normally people would run into the guide rails and the Jersey walls. They're just going to launch over top of the snow and ice that, the snow isn't really snow. It's frozen right solid, the block of ice. And they're going to launch off of this stuff, whether they go off into the rhubarb or whether they go up and over the center wall and end up on the other side of the road in oncoming traffic. And as people have been saying, we're a few days past the storm, and everybody's about ready to be done with the storm, and traffic speeds are back up to what they were if the roads were in ideal condition. And as I say, we're driving along, and all of a sudden there's just where they stopped plowing in the middle of a driving lane and decided that they weren't doing any more, and just go and leave a whole bunch of snow and ice right there, and you got 3 lanes of traffic coming in, all doing 60, 65 miles an hour, and then there's only 2 lanes and no warning to it whatsoever. So it's kind of an interesting situation here, and their cleanup isn't much better. They do very, very little signage to their cleanup. So you come around the corner and it's like, okay, yeah, we got half the road shut down and we're cleaning up here, but you got very little warning of it going on.
Right.
So it's kind of interesting. Actually, I'm just coming up on one right now, coming through here. So you got traffic alongside you, and everybody just slams on the brakes. But I don't know. Hopefully we'll get through this. They get a little bit more cleaned up. We can get back to a little bit more normal life. But be interesting to see how this next storm comes up the coast, whether it decides to stay out over the water a little bit, or whether it comes over shore and actually does decide to give us anything. So I guess we're still in the wait.
The bomb cyclone that buries the 95 corridor.
That's right. Well, we're still in the wait and see mode, because we're predicted to get anywhere from 1/10 of an inch to, I don't know, like 75 inches or something. Somewhere in that area. About right. General neighborhood of that. And I'm gonna go for the vote there for you in your poll, if you're making this poll. When it comes to talking about the Gulf down there, I'm voting on the side of the Gulf of America. Anybody ask me what that body of water is there between Florida and Texas, that the third coast down there of Louisiana, that's the Gulf of America, Your Honor. That is the Gulf of America. So put me down in that category.
All right, you have been duly noted. Thank you. It looks like I guessed the wrong direction. Florida said, take a look at Florida next week. You won't believe it. I thought it was going to be a big warm-up. No, the breakdown for roughly February 1 through February 7. Northern and central Florida, including Orlando, Tallahassee. Cold Sunday, Monday will start very cold. Daytime highs only in the upper 40s to lower 50s. That's highs in Florida, people. Nightly lows in the upper 20s to low 30s. Midweek temperatures gradually moderate, highs reaching the 60s by Tuesday, 70s by Thursday. Overnight still chilly in the 40s. In southern Florida, from, say, Miami to Fort Lauderdale, very cool days. Highs will generally be in the 50s to mid-60s for the first part of the week, rising to the 70s by midweek. This is southernmost Florida, 50s and 60s for highs. Now, overnights, even in the south, temperatures are going to dip into the 30s and 40s, with a risk of freezing to near freezing in interior areas. In other words, iguana drop for sure. And definitely the potential for impacts on the citrus, because that's southern Florida. The key takeaways: widespread frost and freeze conditions are expected. Some areas seeing sub-freezing or even sub-20s during the overnight hours. Dry weather continues. No significant rainfall expected next week. Winds will make the air feel colder, especially early in the week. All right, get ready. What if you're one of those that had taken a week's vacation, planning to go down to see Mickey Mouse at the house? You got thousands of dollars sunk into it, and it's going to be freezing-ass cold down there.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Yes, honey, I'm multitasking. Hey, got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Philip had mentioned something about, well, he called it lake effect snow. It's being referenced as Gulf effect snow. Hey, I'm trying to pull up here what they're saying from Fox News, Florida. Here we go. A shot of extreme cold air going to be moving into Florida this weekend. And it comes with a rare chance for snow along the Gulf Coast. Areas from the Florida Panhandle all the way down to the Fort Myers, Naples area could see snowflakes, although the chance is low. I mean, we're talking 10 to 20% chance of flurries along the coast Saturday night into Sunday morning. It is a process similar to lake effect snow, something called Gulf effect snow. Could produce narrow bands of light snow in this uncommon setup. The nor'easter is expected to impact several states along the East Coast this weekend, also setting the stage for a wave of unusually cold air that's going to reach deep into southern Florida. Saturday night, lingering moisture from the storm could mix with the bitter cold air and potentially create some flurries or maybe a rain-snow mix along the Gulf Coast. It is a rare phenomenon, and it's not common in the area. Lake effect snow forms when the very cold Arctic air moves over the warmer water. The air just above the water warms slightly, rises quickly through the colder air above, forming clouds and producing snow downwind. Now, in Florida, a Gulf effect setup could happen if the cold air moves over the relatively warm Gulf waters. But for this to happen, there needs to be a long fetch of northwest winds picking up moisture, combined with a big enough difference between the water temperature and that cold air above. The larger the temperature difference, the faster the air rises, boosting the chance of snow. So the chance for a rain-snow mix Saturday night, low. Any that does fall would quickly melt upon hitting the ground. Philip mentioned that. But it's important to note that any snow along Florida's Gulf Coast is very rare, especially along the peninsula itself historically. Tampa, Florida has only recorded measurable snow twice. 0.2 of an inch in January 1977 and 0.2 of an inch February of 1899. Naples, Florida, which could also get some flurries, has never recorded measurable snow. Flurries have been spotted in central Florida before, but accumulating snow is exceptionally difficult due to the normally warm ground in the Gulf waters, obviously, but so maybe a very rare phenomenon for the Sunshine State coming up this weekend. All right, what happened with Bill Belichick? Not nominated for the Hall of Fame? Many in the world of pro football are calling for the names and the votes of the members of the media who snubbed Bill Belichick from being nominated to the Hall of Fame this year. Outraged. What's the deal? Yeah, more on that coming up here. All right, news break coming our way. It's 844-844-3388. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. Trusted by diesel owners nationwide to clean injectors, reduce wear, and extend engine life. Get 10% off Hot Shot Secret at hotshotsecret.com with the coupon code Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The Border Patrol agents involved in Saturday's fatal shooting of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis are being placed on administrative leave.
That's according to multiple reports citing Department of Homeland Security sources. Officials reportedly said the move is part of standard protocol. President Trump has said he expects an honorable and honest investigation into the shooting. Following the shooting, Trump sent Border Czar Tom Homan to be his point person in the Twin Cities and removed top Border Patrol official Greg Bavino from his Minneapolis duties. I'm Chris Coraggio.
The U.S. dollar is sliding to multi-year lows after President Trump said he's not concerned with that decline. Markets reacted sharply, with analysts pointing to interest rate uncertainty, rising deficits, and global investors shifting away from the dollar.
At the closing bell, the Dow rose 12 points, the S&P 500 dropped less than a point, and the Nasdaq gained 40 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, And Medi-Share is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and Medi-Share is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. I see the Grumps on the line, and this is something he's talked about several occasions over the years, and that's his distaste for California, some of his run-ins with their clean truck rules. Word from, I believe, was this from Landline or FreightWaves? California's truck emission rules took a massive blow from the federal government. This time, the Clean Truck Check program was the target. Since returning to the White House, President Trump has been going after California's environmental policies, including truck emission rules. On his first day back, he signed an executive order to eliminate what he called the electric vehicle mandate. That order led to the demise of 2 California truck emission rules, the advanced clean trucks, and the omnibus low NOx regulation. Those rules require truck and engine manufacturers to meet certain zero emission standards. However, many truck drivers were still blocked from entering California due to the heavy-duty vehicle inspection and maintenance regulation, better known as Clean Truck Check. The program required all trucks over 14,000 pounds operating in California to pass an emission test. That included trucks registered outside the state. Essentially, all trucks with a 2009 or older engine were banned. Well, not anymore. On Tuesday, January 27, the Environmental Protection Agency issued a final rule disapproving of clean truck checks required on out-of-state trucks. The EPA found the Clean Air Act allows the California Air Resources Board to impose these requirements on trucks registered in California. However, they also found that extending those rules to out-of-state trucks violates the Commerce Clause, which prohibits states from interfering with interstate or international trade. The Trump administration, the Trump EPA, will never back down from holding California accountable and stopping them from imposing unnecessary regulations on the entire nation, says EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. If California had its way, prices would skyrocket for truckers and businesses across the country. Affordable trucks are vital for keeping food and goods moving and prices low for families. Americans didn't vote for California's policies to be imposed nationwide. They voted for President Trump's policies that put working families first. Although the new rule is supposed to make Clean Truck Check unenforceable for out-of-state trucks, CARB is trying to double down, telling the EPA to stay in their own lane. In a statement to Landline, CARB said they will continue to apply the program to all trucks, including those registered out of state. This announcement is a whole lot of bluster about bean counting, according to a CARB spokesman. EPA has no authority over this program, and we will continue to enforce the law to ensure all trucks coming in and operating in California abide by the same rules. Even if the EPA doesn't want to give us credit. Now, with CARB deciding not to play ball, we've got another showdown coming between California and the federal government. The EPA's disapproval received wide support from stakeholders. In comments submitted to the agency, OOIDA pointed out that truck drivers who live outside of California were pretty much forced to pay excessive registration fees and fines, as well as inspection costs. Those fines could reach thousands of dollars and require drivers to return to California to challenge them. We applaud the EPA for disapproving the Clean Truck Check program to the extent it applies to vehicles registered out of the state. We urge them to take further action against similarly structured CARB regulations. Now, of the more than 40 comments submitted, nearly 30 of them supported the EPA's disapproval when it comes to out-of-state vehicles. The California Trucking Association decided to play Switzerland rather than take a hard stance for or against the rule. They suggested just streamlining the current process. Conversely, State Assembly member Stan Ellis went as far to suggest possibly scrapping the program entirely. In-state, out-of-state, doesn't matter. Just scrap the whole program. So I guess we got another showdown coming in the courts coming our way. What's going on, Grump?
Hey, buddy. I figure it's going to be in the Supreme Court before it's over, because California has notoriously they have always pretty much
overstepped their bounds.
The supremacy. Yeah, and the supremacy clause. They they believe that interstate commerce stops at the border of California, that they have the ability to write their own regulations, and that interstate commerce that is federally mandated should abide by their rules and their regulations. And like I said, they're too damn stupid to understand what the Supremacy Clause is all about, and only the federal government can regulate interstate commerce. Now, I just got a letter from CARB, and I was looking at it before I left the house there, but it was basically what it was telling me was that I have not finished my registration on my truck, and that if I'm running in California, I am running in California illegally, and large fines will be applied.
You go.
And it's got this email and this phone number and all this. So I called it, and this today they actually called me back. It was, and you leave a message, you go in the queue and you leave a message and stuff like that. It's, you can be 1,800 in the damn queue. And so I talked to the person today, and which they woke me up, number one, and I was a little bit on the grouchy side, if you can imagine that. But I said, listen, quit sending me these damn letters and these emails. And I said, do not threaten me, because I have no intentions on going to California. And they said, well, you started the process. And I said, yeah, I started the process. You took $30 damn, actually $33 from me, along with 3 million other trucks that you took $33 for and denied their entry into California, or the certificate that they should be getting to run in California. I said, I don't need to go to California. I said it was, at the time, I had considered it because the money was really good going out there. But I said, what it boils down to is I don't give a rat's ass. You sons of bitches out there starve to death. I ain't coming to California. So take me off your mailing list. Don't worry about it. Just keep the $30. I said, you're like a relative. Give you $30, I'll never hear from you again. But I keep hearing from you bastards. So just leave me alone. I said, all right, fine. We'll take you off the mailing list, and you won't be considered for, a certificate to come out to California. I said, well, that's exactly what I'm shooting for. Thank you for seeing it my way. But this fight is going to be a fight. Number one, They have violated so many different parts of the Constitution. Number one, we talked about this before, and I brought it up to White, and I said, you guys need to look into this, because they're denying people free travel into the state. If you live in the state, it doesn't mean that you're hauling freight into the state, but if you're licensed out of state and your company don't want to get you that certificate to go into California if you never go in there, except because the fact that you live in Needles or somewhere on the border, somewhere on the northern side or something like that, like up in Susanville and, places like this. If you live around there, they're being denied free travel. I mean, that's in the Constitution, that we have the right to free travel in the among the several states. And they're like, yeah, that's true. Even just passing through, they want your admittance into that California is based off the type of vehicle you drive. That's nothing but against the against the Constitution. What difference does it make? You're not hauling loads or anything in there. You're not in capacity of interstate commerce at that time. You're PCN or whatever. That vehicle, that truck is your personal vehicle at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And so California don't care. They got that bunch of idiot liberals out there that's drunk on this ridiculous notion that trucks are going to cause all this harm to the environment out there. Regardless of all the 7, 8, 9 million people that lives around the greater Los Angeles areas driving cars, of all kinds. I think this is going to be in the Supreme Court for long. I think they're going to have to hear it, and I think they're going to slap CARB down as nothing more than interfering with interstate commerce, and it's where it should have been years ago. But they've for whatever reason, whenever that's been brought up to be heard by the Supreme Court, it's went through whatever circuit court that has denied, just went on ahead and said, no, we're not going to advance this. And through that court, what I mean is it's going to go up through some appeals court, number one, to be appealed to the Supreme Court. And each justice has their jurisdiction in certain appeals courts. They oversee it. And it's like the time that, e-logs and stuff went up through Elena Kagan's court, and she said, no, we're not going to hear it. That kind of thing. We're just, this is the letter of the land. It's for safety and all this other crap. I don't think it's going to pass this time. I think they're going to have to hear it, because I don't think Trump and them's going to let up until they do. So it's going to be a battle, among and right now the disposition of the 13th Circuit Court out in California is actually changing. I mean, or the Ninth Circuit. It's actually changing. It's the face of that is changing. I mean, they're getting a lot more conservative justices on that court than and judges than what they had before. So they're looking at things a little bit different. So it's going to be interesting here over the next year or so to see what happens. And it'll take, a couple of class action lawsuits for people to really get to looking at it. But people in California, man, they just want to sell their product. They just want to, the farmers and the, growers and people out there. This is putting a kink in them, because a lot of people don't want to go out there. And the difference between us and them, I think a lot of the trucks that are out there, like some of the minority trucking companies and stuff like that, they're getting waivers for this crap. They're because of minority status, But, if you're a pasty-faced white guy, wanting to go to California to, make a little bit of money hauling stuff out there and, maybe pick some produce or something up coming back, it's a big old nope, you don't need to listen to it. But, I don't know. I hope they land on their butt. I really do. And I hope they never call me again, because next time they call me, I'm not going to be nice. I'm going to lay into them about it, man. But, yeah. But, Steve, a good friend of mine, he's a Mexican. And he just, just an awesome guy. He was telling, we was talking tonight, and he was telling me, that, a little story about, how his family came here. And he said, they actually came here illegally. And he said, we got legal. We went through the process to be able to stay here, from where they was working, everything, got legal resident status and all that. And he was like 6 years old when they first got here and everything. Grew up, it was one of these that they took, damn near every dollar they had to tutor, him and his brother and sister in how to speak English before they would even put them in school. And he said they were, they was a year behind before they, each of them grades before they ever got in. But he said, by God, we went through school. And he said, I don't understand, what's going on with people right now. And, it just baffles him. He's talking about all the illegals that are here. He said they have no intentions, number one, on being legalized. And he said, one of the proudest damn days of his life was being able to take the oath of, becoming a citizen. And he said that was just something that I will never forget, the high that you're on. And he said, my family was like high-fiving and every damn thing else, And, I could understand it when you want to leave that kind of poverty. And like I told him, I said, hell, if I had to depend on feeding my family and stuff like that, I'd want to get somewhere where I could work, but I'd want to do it the right way, and stuff, and try to get a legal status. And he said, buddy, I'm telling you right now, he said, these people that's up here right now, they don't give a damn about anything but everything that is free. That's the only reason they're here, hat in hand. He said, when we come up here and got our legal work statuses and stuff like that, he said, I remember, Dad, we didn't get anything. He said the most important part of our family was finding jobs, paying taxes, and everything. And just doing what they were supposed to be doing. He said it just, I guess they were kind of fleeing some of the places in Mexico.
And they came here to work for the American dream. They were willing to work.
Yep.
and make something of themselves. Yeah, contribute.
Yep,
contribute to the country.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been a very successful business owner. I mean, in trucking and things like that. I mean, he's been around. Just having his own business for 35 years. But he's just a super guy, man. I mean, I just appreciate everything about the guy. He's and everything he says, and I mean, he'll call me up and prank me a few times, a bastard. But other than that, it's just crazy stuff to just aggravate with. But I told him Dad's gonna call Trump on his ass if he didn't knock it off. But it's just one thing after another, just kind of clowning around. But man, it just, I don't understand what the hell these people are thinking. You look at Minnesota and stuff like that. You see all these fat, angry white women that are up there raising hell, and stuff like that. And then that last shooting that was up there. Now that's going to create some problems. I think that, I think that's one of the reasons why they want to get a few of the people out of there. A lot of the ICE agents and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But let me ask you a question. Do you think this has been done right? I mean, 100% right since they started this, like in some of these flooding these areas, or do you think they could have done it a little bit different?
I mean, you can always, hindsight is 20/20. You can always guess. And it's just what I've seen is just when the agitators originally, when they started getting some press, some media coverage and some press, I think that just sent like the bat signal out to these professional agitators all over the country, and they've all flooded in there.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think they could have done things different. I think the learning curve when you're trying to retake your streets and retake the clear up the mess that Biden left us. I think there was a learning curve there, and I don't think that they really adhered to the learning curve. It was basically a massive show of force, get who we can out and then leave, that kind of thing, and it's created some problems. But I don't think they'd have had any help from the Democrats at all. Get a written legislation, get it into law that anybody that is funding any of this, criminalize their ass, because they are basically funding an insurrection to the United States. I think that would have been something to look at. I think a lot of the mayors and the judges stripped them of, or mayors and judges and also governors and people like that, be able to strip them of their immunities for allowing this to happen, sanctuary cities and things like that, prosecuting them for obstruction of justice. Like I said, the supremacy clause is there for a reason. It's not there to take away from the states. It's there to let people know that there is certain parts of the laws and of this land that the federal government holds superiority over, and that is immigration. And I just saw where that damn federal judge is saying, no, you're not going to be able to deport this idiot and that walked off and left his kid, even though he had a gun on him, and different things. Judge said, no, you're not going to be able to deport him, turn him loose. I would tell that judge to kiss my butt in a damn second. And I would put so much pressure on that guy, judicial pressure. I would bring every case that he ever adjudicated. I'd bring that up in front of the ethics board. Just flood it. There are so many avenues that our Justice Department can take to stop a lot of this judicial activism that we're seeing among these judges, but they're not doing it. I don't know what the hell's wrong with. There's so many lawyers, number one, that's in Congress and in the Senate. They act like it's a kick in their butt if you even question a judge for any reason. I got in a Facebook fight with a guy on there, and he was a lawyer, and I said, you spent all this time in law school, and I said, you're one of the dumbest damn people I ever seen in my life. He just literally, just the things that he was saying was just to automatically grant favoritism or grant leniency on the judge for what they were doing. You know, whether it followed the Constitution or whether it followed case law or anything else, you know, his approach was the judge was appointed to that position, number one, off his knowledge. You should just sit down and shut up and let him do it. And my question to him was, what kind of a lawyer are you? And he you know, he did everything, personal injury. I said, so a doctor that performs some surgical act, you know, and messes it up, I said, are you going to sue him, or are you just going to say, you know, just sit down and shut up because, you know, that's his, you know, he's a doctor. He went to school for that. That's his knowledge. You know, that's his. No, we're going to sue him. I said, well, why can't we sue judges for you know, for judicial malpractice? I mean, that's happening, but it's just, you know, yeah, he's just a dumbass. I can't hardly deal with eggheads like that because they, you know, they see things through books. They don't see it through logic. You know, they go into a courtroom and they can spout you every kind of damn regulation and every kind of case law that blah, 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 that set precedents and whatever it is that they're trying to screw up. But when you back away from it and look at the big picture, they can't tell you, you know, what the common sense behind that would be driven. I don't know, man. I think we're turning in this country. I really do, and I don't think it's turning for the good right now. We're seeing a lot of the poll numbers and things, and they're indicators. I don't care who says what. You know, people say I don't watch polls and stuff like that. Well, there's some decent indicators when they ask the right questions, and you know, you got to read the questions that's being asked before you can say that they're just a waste of time. And when you look at some of these questions that is being asked and stuff, you know, it's how is the Republicans handling, you know, the situation in Minneapolis and things like that. Hell, even Republicans are saying, not so good. You know, maybe they should have backed off on this and not had such a show of force and just kind of went after. I think a lot of the police officers and even the chief of police would love to have fulfilled some of the warrants and said, hey, here they are. But when you got that mayor that's threatening them with termination if they follow.
Yeah, we're not going to work with the federal law enforcement. Hey, we got to pause there. Looks like we roll toward our final hour. Just ahead, following a news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A man's in custody after spraying an unknown substance on U.S. Representative Ilhan Omar during a Minneapolis town hall yesterday.
The Minnesota Democrat had just called for Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to resign before the man lunged at her. He apparently yelled, "You must resign," before security pulled him to the floor and removed him. Minneapolis police said Omar was not injured and resumed speaking at the event. A witness said Omar had been sprayed with something that smelled bad. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A federal judge is stepping in amid a high-profile immigration case involving a child. Ron Warner has details.
A federal judge has temporarily blocked ICE from deporting a 5-year-old boy and his father, ordering both remain in Texas while the case continues. The pair were taken into custody earlier this month during an immigration operation that drew protests and criticism. ICE says the father, an undocumented immigrant from Ecuador, fled officers and asked that his son remain with him. Family attorneys say he has a pending asylum claim. The judge's order remains in effect until further court action.
Ecuador is filing a protest with the U.S. after an ICE agent reportedly tried to force his way into the Ecuador consulate in Minneapolis.
Federal agents are generally not allowed to enter an embassy or consulate without permission under international law. The Foreign Affairs Ministry of the South American nation says an ICE agent tried to enter the consulate in northeast Minneapolis on Tuesday morning and was blocked by Ecuadorian officials. A statement from the consulate called it an attempted incursion and says a note of protest was submitted immediately to the U.S. Embassy in Ecuador, asking that similar acts not be repeated. I'm Michael Kastner.
President Trump says an additional U.S. naval armada is sailing towards Iran amid ongoing tensions, calling it a demonstration of strength and urging Tehran to make a deal. Trump discussed that deployment during a speech in Iowa, as U.S. Central Command says it's preparing multi-day readiness exercises in that region. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Plans to address how schools and emergency responders will communicate and respond during active shooter incidences.
Florida lawmakers advanced a bill hardening college and university campuses during an active shooting situation.
State Representative Michelle Salzman says her bill, HB 757, is in response to the mass shooting last year on the Florida State University campus, which killed 2 and injured 6.
Institutions would identify criteria for eligible faculty and staff only.
It would require students and teachers to take active shooter preparedness training as well. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A new California bill would tax companies that run ICE detention centers. Assemblymember Matt Haney's AB 1633 proposes a 50% tax on profits from detention operations, with that money going towards a new due process for all fund.
Taxing their massive federal contracts and reinvesting that revenue into a new fund to provide immigration-related services.
California has 7 privately operated ICE facilities. Because it raises taxes, the bill would have to get a 2/3 vote in both chambers to pass. NASA says the James Webb Space Telescope has created its most detailed map yet of dark matter. By tracking how gravity bends light from nearly 800,000 distant galaxies, scientists have revealed invisible structures shaping the universe. The findings offer new insight into how galaxies form and evolve. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts. Or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, coming up here in our final hour. We'll break down the official word from the National Weather Service Weather Prediction Center on the upcoming prolonged period of extreme cold. The latest update. Cold temperatures continuing across the eastern U.S. well into February. Burr. And more details from the state of Florida, where court records show lenders had urged the R&R family of companies to wind down operations weeks before its eventual collapse, even as carriers across the U.S. continued hauling freight and invoices went unpaid. All right, more details, as we said, coming up. Let me get back, finish up with the Grump here on a Friday Eve, I like to call it. Welcome back.
Yeah. Well, we're going to be in for a fight here. I was sitting there kind of thinking about that with, I know they're looking at a change of the hours of service and stuff right now that, they want to do. I don't know. I'm just kind of curious as how all this is going to affect things. We was talking, last week was talking a little bit about how they weren't going to go after on criminal charges on anything on altering of these engines and stuff now,
Mm-hmm.
but they were still going after they were the administrative charges and things that could happen. They basically, when you read it, Steve, they haven't done anything. They're not changing anything. I mean, it's very few people. You got to really screw up to be charged criminally with this. But it is so much easier to go after your pocketbook, where they can freeze bank accounts of these businesses and run them out of business like that. That has not changed. That's the administrative, part of the fines and things that we see. That's happened, like, the people up in Minnesota that was doing the alterations of the engines and things like that. And there was a couple of them up there did go to jail, but it was, that was extreme. I'm just kind of wondering, how many more fines and stuff like that they may impose on that to stop this. I mean, or to kind of limit the amount of people that's actually altering engines and things like that. To me, it's your engine. You ought to be able to do whatever the hell you want to it, as long as it's, not under these extreme NOx measures that they've come up with. I mean, it's almost like hell they want your engine just breathing nothing but clean damn air, you know. But yet you're putting more chemicals into your engine, and it's going to use more chemicals. I mean, it's going to burn more. You know, you're going to have different things that's going to be emitted into the atmosphere. So it's to me, it's not. You're not winning. You know, when you look at all the crap that you got to go through on these damn engines, expenses and every damn thing else. You know, that's a pass-through cost, just like everything. Just like these damn tariffs are. It's a pass-through cost. Nobody wants to absorb that kind of money. So, you know, you kind of prepare yourself, at least I do, you know, and stuff on, you know, rates and things that you only pick loads that are, you know, is going to pay you quite well because, you know, just for those pass-through costs and just for the fact that you have to prepare yourself for the next breakdown. You know, businesses aren't really preparing themselves for the next administration that come in, whether it's, you know, it could be a Democrat. I hope the hell it's not, but, you know, it could be a Democrat. I mean, you know, the first thing they're going to do is do away with everything Trump's done. You know, they see it as orange bad, you know, that kind of thing. And how it's going to affect this industry right here, man, there's a lot of things going on in this industry that's already being affected. I don't see so much on rates being different or anything else, you know, with a lot of the, you know, taking a lot of these drivers off the road because they're taking them off the road for 10 minutes and, you know, until they can tow them down the damn road there somewhere to a truck stop, and then they're right behind the wheel again. They're still hauling freight until they lock their ass up and impound their trucks, you know, and say, you better have somebody that can come pick that trailer up, you know, deliver that load, because they cannot keep, you know, hold somebody's product that they paid for, you know. I don't think anything's going to change. I think, you know, they're going to have to do something, you know, that's going to empower DOT or the police officers, you know, or whoever's the inspectors that's doing this to be able to detain that vehicle, you know, to be able to, you know, just basically impound the damn thing. And that's right now, that's one of the only choices that they have to making a difference out here. But, you know, I mean, they started that stuff like, you know, like I was saying earlier with the alterations of the vehicles. You know, if I took my truck into a OEM somewhere and to get it worked on, and they seen that everything was altered on it, they either do one of two things. They make you tow it off the lot, you know, or Congress has empowered them to say that, you know, we got to change everything back if we're going to do any kind of maintenance. It's got to be reversed. Well, hell, people were getting $30,000 bills, you know, for having to put DPF filters and, you know, all the rest of this crap on their trucks, you know, to turn them back to original, you know, with all the settings and the EPA regulations that was enforced on it. Man, I tell you, it's just like I said, this is just some times where we don't know where the hell we're going. You know, to be honest with you, it's just at that point where. Are they stopping people from getting licensed? Are they going to stop, you know, the alterations of vehicles, you know, are enforcing that period? You know, I don't know, man. I tell you, they got to have something that's going to bring rates and stuff back up to a good level. You know, we got spoiled under COVID. Hell, I was turning $10,000 a week, you know, almost every week in COVID, you know, as a gross rate, and I wasn't running hard at all. Probably, you know, 2,200 miles. I mean, the rates were just phenomenal. We don't see that anywhere close to that now. And it's getting to the dog eat dog. I mean, we've had, well, look at this storm. We had, you know, 300 loads canceled just because of the storm. Hell, that's revenues out of people's pockets. And who do they think's making the money right now? It's them idiots that's coming out of California, you know, that hauling produce and stuff that can't hardly speak English. And like I said, they just, you know, they monkey with. I seen something tonight, buddy, you would not believe. I went in the office to pick my paperwork up, and I'm standing there shooting a breeze with, you know, a friend of mine. I've known him forever. He works at the plant that, you know, right down the road from where I live at. And we're standing there laughing, carrying on. And a guy come in, he's got his little beanie looking, you know, Muslim, I forget what they call that thing. But he's looking at his bills, and he said, I have a problem. broken English right off the bat. And the guy said, "What is it?" And he said, "You have to remove pork." And he had a load that it was cut, and it was going to one of the big places, one of the big food places.
Right.
But it had pork on it.
No pork.
He would not haul that load with that pork on there. So I'm looking at him, and the guy's kind of wrinkling, the buddy there, he's looking at him. He said, "Dude, we don't cut loads because of your religion." And he's getting a little upset. The guy's like, "I don't haul pork, and no pork. No. I said, "Dude, it's in the damn trailer, and it ain't like they're trying to stuff a tenderloin down your damn throat. What's your problem?" And he's like, "We don't haul pork." He said, "Can you get turkey?" We're at a beef plant that splits between beef and pork. And he's wanting some damn turkey and stuff. And he said, "Well, you got two choices. You can either take the truck or take the load and go with it, or you can back your trailer up. We'll unload the damn thing and get your ass off the property, one of the two." And guess what he did? I mean, that was a high dollar load, and the dude backed up to the door. And they
wouldn't
unloaded
take it. Wow.
Just because of pork. I was like, man, he said that's the second time that from that same broker that gets loads from them. He said that's the second time in the last 3 days that's happened. And I said, well, they're getting the loads because they're cutting the rates so damn bad. The broker's the one making all the damn money off of it, and then this idiot's going to dictate, I'm not going to haul that if it's got pork on there.
Wow.
It's crazy, brother. It's crazy. But it is the times we live in.
Well, you mentioned the whole thing about, and I question that when you've got the treasurer, the DOT secretary Duffy saying, we've taken 8,000, 10,000, 12,000 off the road. Yeah. Now, are they off the road, or have they just been placed out of service? And as Grump said, placed out of service, but then 24 hours later, they're back behind the wheel driving the truck again. Maybe having paid a fine as the cost of doing business. There was an update where the numerous states all over the country are really zeroing in on the undocumented drivers and, of course, cracking down on the English proficiency and the non-domiciled CDLs. Now, this didn't come out of nowhere. It's because of strong federal action. Congress jumping in as well. There's bills in the House and the Senate addressing the same issues. Florida, we'll start there. Among the first to jump on the state issue. Tuesday of this week, the Transportation Committee voted to move ahead with a bill that would require police to take undocumented truck drivers into custody. This is Bill S-86, would require police to hand undocumented drivers over to immigration officials. Last August, an illegal alien who could not understand road signs or traffic laws and didn't know how to drive a commercial vehicle swerved his 18-wheeler with a family's car, killing 3 Floridians. Sadly, there are more cases. He said S-86 treats undocumented truck drivers as an immediate danger to the public. Under the bill, trucks driven by undocumented drivers could be impounded, as Grump just suggested. The truck's owner would also face a $50,000 fine. Any carrier that owns, leases, or runs a truck driven by an undocumented driver would then be barred from operating in Florida. Now, he said the out-of-service order would stay in place until the violations are fixed and the penalties are paid. The purpose is to remove these hazards from the roadways and discourage and penalize those who use illegals to operate a commercial vehicle in Florida. In Oklahoma, there's a House bill targeting the same issue. Much like the Florida bill, House Bill 3563 would require police to take a truck driver into custody if the driver is found to be an unauthorized migrant, and then turn the driver over to federal authorities. Any truck driven by an unauthorized migrant would be impounded. To get it back, the vehicle's owner would have to pay a $50,000 fine. The bill also goes after the company. Any motor carrier financially tied to the truck would be banned from operating in Oklahoma. These are the kind of measures that are actually going to have some teeth and truly get them off the road. In Oklahoma, this legislation is going to be taken up when the regular session begins February the 2nd. In Arizona, a House committee is set to take up the issue this week, as a matter of fact. Representative David Livingston is backing House Bill 2345. The bill makes it clear that using or holding a fake CDL is illegal. Anyone caught would face felony charges. Police would also be allowed to seize the truck and move it toward forfeiture if an employer knowingly lets an unauthorized person drive a truck. The rig could be sold at auction. To keep the truck, the employer would have to pay a penalty equal to its full market value. That is, again, scheduled for discussion this week in the House Judiciary Committee there. Lastly, in the state of Kentucky, rolling out several bills aimed at workers' citizenship status. John Hodgson of Fisherville sponsoring House Bill 70 that would require every new or renewed CDL to clearly mark the driver's legal status. The label would show whether the driver is a U.S. citizen or a non-citizen who's legally allowed to be in the country. The truck driver bill is waiting for a hearing in the Transportation Committee. Hodgson is also backing a broader bill, HB 62, that targets illegal employment. It would make it illegal for someone in the country unlawfully to apply for a job. It also defines the term unauthorized alien. Persons who are in the United States illegally should not be seeking employment and displacing American citizens and legal immigrants from job opportunities. They need to go back to their home country until they can enter the U.S. legally for work. Both of those bills are currently in committee, they tell us.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
All right, in the sports world, I did mention earlier a lot of folks upset. Bill Belichick did not get a nomination for the Hall of Fame in the NFL? Some people are saying we need to identify who are these members of the media who snubbed Bill. Belichick became eligible this year for the first time since he left the NFL for college football in 2023. But shockingly, Belichick, one of the winningest coaches in NFL history, not nominated. And now, apparently, many players, coaches, analysts, fans are calling for the Hall of Fame voters to be exposed. How could you? ESPN's Adam Schefter reporting that at least one NFL executive is calling for something to be done. Text from an NFL executive, he wrote. Yeah, the 10-plus people who did not vote for Bill Belichick should be exposed. WTF? This is crazy. As far as who the voters are, in a post on X, the Guardian's Ali Conley posted the list of the names of the voters and noted how they voted. Belichick told the media that he was puzzled, disappointed, to be left off the Hall of Fame list this year, and a slew of people like Deion Sanders, Patrick Mahomes, Jimmy Johnson, and others equally outraged, they say. Some have claimed that Belichick's support of Donald Trump may have figured into the votes of the left-wing members of the media. ESPN reported that accusations of cheating in the infamous Spygate and Deflategate scandals surfaced during deliberations over whether to vote him into the Hall of Fame. That might have been maybe the top reason for the snub. Where does it go from here? I don't know what the answer is. Okay. Eagle, are you with us?
Yeah. Yeah, can you hear me now?
We got you. Yeah, did you get a little nap in there?
No. No, I just got out of the truck. I told you it's real cold over here in Nashville. Get ready. I just used the bathroom. I mean, it's real cold. It's not as cold as it was up north, but it's cold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about the some things. First of all, I want to say, if Pappy, if he's still listening, he might be on the call now. But yeah, I wanted to congratulate him. I told him that a couple of times, over the years. I'm glad that we got a police officer's point of view, Steve. With these situations, when he was talking about the guy who got killed on Saturday. Mm-hmm. Excuse me. The point of view from the police, when you're trying to apprehend somebody and, gun is involved, we get a first-hand view of the situation. So I'm glad that he calls in and breaks it down for all the listeners out there to let you know how dangerous situation it is when they're trying to apprehend somebody.
Right. Yeah. Hey, when they try to. Yeah. Hang on. Let me give you a second to. I know you guys getting back in the truck out of the freezing cold there. And we got the news break here anyway. So catch your breath, and we'll come back to you right after the break. What do you say? There you go. News on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Hot Shot Secret, the additive brand trusted by truckers, farmers, and gearheads to clean, protect, and extend engine life. Hot Shot Secret, available nationwide, truck stops, farm and automotive retailers, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A man's in custody after spraying an unknown substance on U.S. Representative Ilhan Omar during a Minneapolis town hall yesterday.
The Minnesota Democrat had just called for Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem to resign before the man lunged at her. He apparently yelled, "You must resign," before security pulled him to the floor and removed him. Minneapolis police said Omar was not injured and resumed speaking at the event. A witness said Omar had been sprayed with something that smelled bad. I'm Mark Mayfield.
A federal judge is stepping in in amid a high-profile immigration case involving a child. Ron Warner has details.
A federal judge has temporarily blocked ICE from deporting a 5-year-old boy and his father, ordering both remain in Texas while the case continues. The pair were taken into custody earlier this month during an immigration operation that drew protests and criticism. ICE says the father, an undocumented immigrant from Ecuador, fled officers and asked that his son remain with him. Family attorneys say he has a pending asylum claim. The judge's order remains in effect until further court action.
Ecuador is filing a protest with the U.S. after an ICE agent reportedly tried to force his way into the Ecuador consulate in Minneapolis.
Federal agents are generally not allowed to enter an embassy or consulate without permission under international law. The Foreign Affairs Ministry of the South American nation says an ICE agent tried to enter the consulate in northeast Minneapolis on Tuesday morning and was blocked by Ecuadorian officials. A statement from the consulate called it an attempted incursion and says a note of protest was submitted immediately to the U.S. Embassy in Ecuador, asking that similar acts not be repeated. I'm Michael Kastner.
President Trump says an additional U.S. naval armada is sailing towards Iran amid ongoing tensions, calling it a demonstration of strength and urging Tehran to make a deal. Trump discussed that deployment during a speech in Iowa, as U.S. Central Command says it's preparing multi-day readiness exercises in that region. From America's News Network, USA, Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Plans to address how schools and emergency responders will communicate and respond during active shooter incidences.
Florida lawmakers advanced a bill hardening college and university campuses during an active shooting situation.
State Representative Michelle Salzman says her bill, HB 757, is in response to the mass shooting last year on the Florida State University campus, which killed 2 and injured 6.
Institutions would identify criteria for eligible faculty and staff only.
It would require students and teachers to take active shooter preparedness training as well. John Summers, USA Radio News.
A new California bill would tax companies that run ICE detention centers. Assemblymember Matt Haney's AB 1633 proposes a 50% tax on profits from detention operations, with that money going towards a new due process for all fund.
Taxing their massive federal contracts and reinvesting that revenue into a new fund to provide immigration-related services.
California has 7 privately operated ICE facilities. Because it raises taxes, the bill would have to get a 2/3 vote in both chambers to pass. NASA says the James Webb Space Telescope has created its most detailed map yet of dark matter. By tracking how gravity bends light from nearly 800,000 distant galaxies, scientists have revealed invisible structures shaping the universe. The findings offer new insight into how galaxies form and evolve. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, how do you say? Around in third, headed for home. All right, back to Eagle. Did you get a chance to catch your breath there?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm better now. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I can't find the damn phone. Hold on for a minute. I put the phone down in the truck. Okay, yeah. I took the phone and dropped on the floor. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, like I told you, Steve, y'all were talking about Pappy. Yeah, I'm back in the driver's seat right now. But yeah, like I told you before the break, Pappy, I appreciate him calling in and giving the police officers' point of view in these situations. You know what's going on with these riots in Minnesota, and you know what happened to the guy on the video. You know, you know, there's a lot of adrenaline. You know, when you on the ground, I can imagine what it's like, Steve. You know, when you know, an officer. That's why I told you I would never get involved in law enforcement. You know, because you don't know from day to day what's going to happen, and you know, any day could be. You know, you could have to shoot somebody, or somebody might shoot you. But you know, I couldn't imagine being in a tussle for a gun. You know, like in the video. You know, got a man on the ground and there's a gun involved, and you hear a gun go off, and you don't know if somebody been shot. One of the people, or you, or somebody else. So yeah, it's a dangerous situation. So, you know, I appreciate him calling in, letting people know, and you know, I appreciate you. You know, your point of view. You know, the other caller, that new guy who called in, and he wanted to find out about the you know, the situation. You know, you had to tell him that you know your point of view, and he realized what we were saying. You know, that we know what you were saying was right about the man in the video, you know, because like we started off, Steve, you know, I came to a conclusion, you know, from day one, you know, Monday when I first called you and I told you that his biggest mistake, when Pappy agreed with it, and I appreciate that, is when he went to that deal with the gun, and that he wasn't breaking the law when he did that, but like I said, when he jumped into the action, when he jumped into the fire, when he jumped and tried to get involved with that girl and started a fight, that's when he had a problem. When he went there with a gun, that's where he made his mistake. He should have left it at the house. He let his emotions get involved, and like Pappy said, I'm not sure the video I seen today. When he kicked the tail light out of the car, he might have had a gun that night, that day. I'm not sure. I don't know if he had a gun or not, but he might have had a gun the day, couple of days before that. He even lost his life. So, unfortunately, he had to end that way. But I'm glad the truth is coming out, and you know, so people don't vilify the ICE people that were trying to do their job. Now, the next subject, Steve, the thing I wanted to talk about is the situation with the truck drivers in California. Grump, you know, he called in and he's saying the same thing. I said, you know how I feel about California. If I never step foot in that state again, it'll be too soon. Especially with Gavin Newsom as the governor of California. This guy is nothing but a loser. You know, he's you know, he's what do you call it? What's that word? He's fascinated with Donald Trump. You know, he followed him all the way over to Switzerland last week because he thought he was going to embarrass Donald Trump. But by speaking, he ended up very embarrassing himself because they didn't even allow him to hit the stage just like they were supposed to. He didn't even get to speak to nobody. Nobody wanted to hear what he had to say anyway. You know, you need to worry about what's going on in California. Don't worry about what Donald Trump is doing in the White House, because I got bad news for Gavin Newsom. He'll never be president of the United States of America. The United States people are not dumb enough to vote for him. That's why, like I said, that's why he wants to keep all these illegals in the country, because those are the only ones that would even think about voting for him, because he'll give them a handout, give them everything they want. That's the only way he can keep them in here, is to give them all the free medical care and give them all the free stuff that they can get, because they're the only ones dumb enough to vote for him, because they think he's going to allow them to stay in the United States of America. That's basically what it boils down to with that loser. And if it is the day if he was to step foot in America, president, you think Joe Biden was a failure, Steve? You ain't seen nothing yet. Let Gavin Newsom get in the White House. and you'll see what a failure really is. The USA will become just like California, a complete joke. It's a complete utter joke. Now, one last thing right quick before I hang up with you, and that concerns what I had talked to you earlier about the situation with the weather in Mississippi and Louisiana and some of these southern states. You know, you had the other guy call in, Dingbat from Mississippi. He agreed with what I had said. And, you know, like I told you, I'm over here in Nashville. These people over here in Nashville raising hell on the news talk radio because they ain't got no lights. And they talking about all these power lines. They didn't get enough of these power trucks in town to get these lights turned back on, you know, because it's cold outside and people, you know, it's 18, 19 degrees outside. A lot of people ain't got no lights. And these people are not happy about it. The roads were iced up. Not as bad as it was down south. But, and, you know, in Mississippi and all that, but they had some problems with ice here, too. But the South has got to do better, Steve, because like we said earlier, there's people still stuck in Louisiana and on Interstate 22 going down from Memphis down to Birmingham. They still got people stuck on the road with ice and stuff. And there's no reason why they shouldn't have some type of equipment to get these roads clean. You know, it's embarrassing. I listened to the radios today, Steve, looking at video on YouTube. You know what they had the nerve to say in Louisiana and parts of Mississippi? The same thing they said in Atlanta a couple of years ago when they had the ice storm. Well, we got to hope and pray that the sun comes out and melts the snow and ice, and then we can get back to normal. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous to have that type of logic that they have to rely on the sun to come out to melt the snow and ice before they can get back to normal. And I thank you for taking my call.
That's what was the old the mentality? Well, God put it here; He'll take it away. Eventually, that would be the case, but. All right, from the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center. The cold is here. It ain't going away. Key messages for the prolonged extreme cold. The next cold wave begins here late Thursday. Today, Thursday. Another Arctic blast will surge south across the northern plains Thursday night, crossing the Midwest and reaching the Gulf Coast Friday night. Wind will then intensify across the southeast on Saturday as the storm develops near the Carolina coast. Sub-zero wind chills forecast Friday night for areas with ongoing power outages in the south. Daily record lows expected by Friday over the upper Ohio Valley in the mid-Atlantic, expanding over the southeast on Saturday and focusing across Florida Sunday through Monday. Florida cold is a concern. Rare, long-duration hard freezes are forecast along the Gulf Coast and down the Florida Peninsula, particularly Saturday and Sunday nights. This is going to have notable impacts statewide on vulnerable populations and agricultural interest there. Now they're saying this is shaping up to be the longest duration of extreme cold in several decades for certain areas of the east and the southeast. Cover up if you're outside. Ensure your pets and animals have protection from the cold. Continue to take steps to prevent frozen pipes. There you go. Latest update from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. It's wintertime. Let's see. Scrapyard chimes in. Holy smokes. Hot Springs County in Arkansas is a disaster. Yet no proactive road treatment there. All right, Florida. Court records in regards to the R&R family of companies. There's a lawsuit that's been filed in the Circuit Court for the 20th Judicial Circuit in Collier County, Florida, by Huntington National Bank, alleging R&R and the affiliated borrowers were insolvent, deeply in default, and lacking sufficient liquidity while continuing to operate through late last year. This offers a possible explanation to what was happening behind the scenes while carriers, vendors, and factoring companies were reporting unpaid invoices tied to R&R Express, RFX LLC, and GT Logistics and related entities. According to the complaint, Huntington and the co-lender S&T Bank extended multiple credit facilities to R&R and affiliated borrowers in March of 2022 under a second amended and restated credit and security agreement. That included an $85 million revolving credit line and a $3.7 million term loan secured by substantially all borrower assets. By last year, the lenders allege R&R's financial condition had sharply deteriorated amid the prolonged freight recession. Court records state the borrowers reported approximately $25.9 million in net operating losses for last year, with actual losses potentially higher due to accounting practices that may have underestimated expenses. By late last year, R&R and its affiliates had allegedly accumulated roughly $65 million in unpaid trade payables. The complaint states by mid-December, Huntington recommended an orderly wind down, citing a lack of liquidity to meet the ongoing obligations. The borrowers refused and continued operating while incurring additional debts they could not pay. November of 2025, R&R and its affiliates hired a turnaround firm, G2 Capital Advisors, which produced a preliminary restructuring plan, concluding the company would need at least $25 million in new capital to survive. That plan relied on additional funding from the existing lenders. After reviewing the proposal with their own financial advisors, Huntington and S&T concluded the plan was not viable. Despite that position, the lawsuit alleges operations continued as the company's financial condition continued to get worse. The lawsuit also centers on an alleged fraudulent transfer involving a Florida property owned by R&R Express Properties. December 29, while negotiations with lenders were ongoing and R&R was allegedly insolvent, the founder, Richard S. Francis, and his wife allegedly transferred ownership of a Marco Island, Florida property valued at approximately $10.4 million from the company to themselves personally. The plaintiffs allege that transfer was rushed to claim a homestead exemption and shield that asset from creditors without lender consent and constituted a default under loan agreements. On the same day, the Francis has granted a $5.3 million mortgage on the property to Centennial Bank, despite the property already being encumbered by a Huntington mortgage. As of January 5 this year, the outstanding balance on the operating loans totaled about $40.9 million, excluding fees, cost, according to the court documents. Huntington is seeking to unwind that transfer, void Centennial's mortgage, and recover damages, alleging that transaction was made with intent to hinder, delay, or defraud their creditors. Of course, FreightWaves has been reporting extensively on the collapse of R&R family of companies, including the sudden January 12th shutdown of their Taylor Express trucking unit that left some drivers actually stranded out there without fuel cards, lodging, or any way to get home. No bankruptcy filing yet. FreightWaves attempted multiple times to contact R&R family of companies for comment. No response. And no bankruptcy filing has been confirmed as of publication time this past day.
Now that the calendar has changed to January, it's time to look forward to the 2026 season, and it all begins soon. From the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Are you counting down the days till trucks and tractors start slinging dirt? Me too. Good news, the season starts in about 3 weeks. But you do need to go south to catch the shows. That's right, Florida. The NTPA Grand National Championship polling opens the 2026 season in Inverness, Florida for the first time, having the season open in the Sunshine State. It all begins on Valentine's Day, Saturday, February 14th, and then back on the track again on Sunday the 15th at the Citrus County Fairgrounds, with Region 6 pullers taken to the dirt. With 5 classes taken to the track, there'll be no shortage of action or horsepower. With the 3.0 diesel trucks, modified tractors, two-wheel drive trucks, minis, and hot farm tractors pulling both days, if you're into pulling and looking for a reason to go south, you have just found your reason. NTPA Executive Director Greg Randall spoke about the event, saying, quote, "The NTPA is incredibly excited to kick off our 2026 circuit in the sunny confines of Florida. Inverness is the perfect place to launch a season filled with horsepower, innovation, and unforgettable moments. We can't wait to see the stands packed and the track roaring as we begin a new era of NTPA championship polling." Good news, a month later, the Southern Swing officially gets underway in Zellwood, Florida, the weekend of March 13th and 14th, with 4 classes hitting the track. Superstock diesel 4x4 trucks, modified mini rods, 4.1 limited pro stock tractors, and for the first time ever in Florida, light modified tractors. With the defending Grand National champion Wayne Sullivan making the trip for the NTPA Southern Swing, it's sure to be full of dirt, action, and lots of horsepower. The next weekend, the same 4 classes make their way a bit north into Satsuma for 2 nights of polling. If you can't make it to Florida, need not worry. Full Pull Live will be streaming both events, so you don't have to leave the comfort of your home. Speaking of watching polling at home, you can watch every week with NTPA Championship Polling on RFD TV. Every Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock Eastern, you can watch the best pullers in the country take the toughest tracks head-to-head. From traditional-looking farm tractors to multi-engine monsters, you'll see them during a look back at the 2025 season with NTPA Championship Polling on RFD TV. If you're also chomping at the bit for NTPA polling, very simple. You can find schedules, participants, news, and more just a click away, and even get your NTPA gear at ntpapoll.com. It is a one-stop shop for everything NTPA, and you can purchase things to go to every poll, and you can find out the 2026 schedule the moment it gets released. It will be posted to ntpapoll.com. Again, that website, ntpapoll.com. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Want to put your business on a brand that is heard in some of the biggest radio markets on some of the biggest radio stations in the United States? Or maybe you want to have your brand take advantage of the explosive growth in podcasting. Why not do both? The Steve Summers Overnight Drive offers the best of both worlds and is ready to put your business at the front of everyone's waking thoughts.
I'm sorry, am I moving too quickly for you?
Well, at least you'll be on their mind in there somewhere. For sure, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive was recently named one of the top 15 late-night shows in America. So advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will put you in front of the very clients you want to walk through your front door. Interested? Maybe you want to take a test drive, kick the tires, do a sample tasting, which might be kind of gross. Get details at overnightdriveradio.com or email rwild@lubricationspecialties.com. And let's put the Steve Summers Overnight Drive to work for you today.
Well, we're off the air. For good, I think.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, a couple of other updates to throw your way here. Obviously, Nashville, Tennessee was one of the communities really impacted by the ice storm. Devastating. There are tens of thousands of people still without power. Now, they tell us hotels across the Nashville area are at capacity. Yeah, a lot of people having to leave their home looking for warmth, light, and a place to wait out the outage. In Ashland City, the phone at one hotel front desk ringing steadily throughout the afternoon and evening. Of course, every call with the same question and the same answer, which is, we are sold out. According to the hotel manager, Sammy Naquin said his 75-room hotel filled with guests who lost power at their homes. He estimated he received nearly 200 calls, all from people looking for a room, but everybody having to be turned away. He said, I'm originally from Louisiana, went through Hurricane Katrina, so I know the feeling. This is very similar. Meanwhile, utility crews continue restoration efforts across the region, but for many residents, the lack of a clear timeline has forced very difficult decisions. Obviously, some leaving their homes looking for some heat. Others staying put, relying on the likes of generators, fireplaces, or wood-burning stoves. One of those who actually secured a room, after days without power, she and her husband decided they couldn't wait any longer. No power for the third day. It's getting cold, and we're getting a little stir-crazy. I want a hot shower. I want a hot coffee. Yeah, she said her husband reserved a room early, knowing availability would disappear. Friends and neighbors not quite as lucky. A lot of people who didn't get hotel rooms being forced to stay home. Some have generators, some have wood heat. And a check of hotels in and around Nashville, the whole region, shows similar conditions. Many properties reporting full occupancy. Others said remaining rooms are being booked as soon as they become available. It is a fluid situation. Power restoration is underway, but the cold temperatures lingering. Availability is going to be very limited in the coming days. For those still without electricity, of course, the storm has passed. What now is just the waiting, measured not in snowfall or wind, but how many hours without heat and how many nights. How many nights can you stay and say, let's try to stick it out for one more day? All right, lastly, real quick, I forgot to mention earlier, we've been following gold and silver big in the news. After just surpassing 5,100, gold prices jumped another 4% Wednesday. It is now closing in on 5,400 per ounce, showing no signs of fading, fueled by investors seeking safety amid mounting economic and geopolitical uncertainty. The market showed little reaction to the Federal Reserve's decision to leave interest rates unchanged, which was pretty much expected. But gold was up to $5,393 an ounce at 4:08 p.m. Eastern Time this past day. It's just unreal. The sky is the limit, I suppose. And that closes things out here for a Thursday. Safe travels. We'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dream. in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.